Tiny soldiers on the table march in line. Painted shields and swords, they shine so fine. Dice roll like thunder, sealing fate. In this battle of ours, let's not be late. Wargaming in miniature, no war too small. Battles on the tabletop, we'll conquer all. Heroes made of plastic, armies clash and roar. Wargaming in miniature, let's fight some more. Oh. Kings and castles rise where Sodacan stood. Mountains made of books, it's a cardboard wood. Strategy of giants on a scale so flee. We topple empires with a cup of tea. Wargaming in miniature, no war too small. Battles on the tabletop, we'll conquer all. Heroes made of plastic, armies clash and roar. Wargaming in miniature, let's fight some more. Battlegrounds in living rooms, legends unfold in the chaos of dice. Our stories are told from the rookies of war to generals wise. The fate of tiny worlds lies in our eyes. Snacks to the side and the glue close by. We men, broken warriors, give them one more try. Cavalry rides beneath the lamp's warm light. On this tiny frontier, we rewrite the fight. Wargaming in miniature, no war too small.
Hey, I
Hello, how you doing?
good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Getting everything set up here. I got my camera on. You do not have to turn your camera on. If you don't want to, that is perfectly fine.
Great, 'cause I am currently making a sandwich while I was waiting for you.
All right, well go ahead. Keep doing that. All right.
By off chance, did you publish a YouTube video on a character creation for Pendragon? Because you have the exact same voice as the video I was listening to about character creation.
I have made YouTube videos, but I don't think I don't think I did. I don't know.
I mean, fair enough. It was just I heard you join, muted the video, and then you talked exactly like the video was going, and I went, wait, did I? Wait.
Is that him? Right, yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Got one more person coming.
There we go. There's my camera. I was wondering where it was. Yeah, I have active in another program, and it can't be active in two programs. Yeah, I had to get all my little books out and everything and make sure I got everything set up. So everything's ready.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, we're just
Basically
waiting.
doing the same myself.
Looks like we're just waiting for Laz. Um, but we're a little early anyway, so it's all good. I like to give people 5, 10 minutes or so, just just to be, you know,
Yep, life happens.
life happens.
I get computer up
So have you played Pendragon
my
before?
stuff. I have not.
Okay.
It is actually very ironic that I have a really good friend that I play a lot of TTRPGs with. Was telling me all about it recently and how he found a group face to face with some friends. He was going to try it out. I was like, I can't make it. Sorry, I'm
Right.
busy at that time. You guys want to do it?
Well,
And
now you
happened to have a free spot open up, and what do you know? I was like, oh, that seems really nice. Might
well
as well
now,
try it out as well.
now what you can do is you can tell war stories back and forth.
Yeah. Oh, I'm super
Like
excited to
I, we did
nerd out and
this, we
talk
did
about our
that, you know,
campaigns.
and I'd be like,
Yeah,
My game's better than your game." No, I'm not.
obviously, obviously.
No, that's what he's gonna say. No, just oh my
We
gosh.
will see, because they're doing a homebrew one, so we will see.
Well, this is homebrew as well, but I'll get into it. I'll get into it when Laz gets here because I want you both to.
Yeah,
I
fair
don't want to
enough.
repeat myself, but I'm not gonna say it's 100% pure homebrew. It's not. It's a mix.
I mean, any good GM knows how to dabble in both their own stuff and taking from the greats as well.
Well, I'm not gonna say that I'm great, but I'm better than that. No, I'm just playing. I don't know. No, um, I'm the most humble.
Yes, the most humble. Yes,
Most humble. I'm
one
the
might say the
best when it
greatest
comes
humble
to
person of all
humble.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Oh, come on, Laz. Where you at? Wait, he's chatting. Be there shortly. Just grabbing my gear. Okay. Okay, so he's on his way. So we're good. And he was polite enough to let us know. I appreciate that. And I think you were asking about the background. Uh,
I see it now.
you should see it now, right? It was permissions.
Yes,
I
I
didn't
do.
give you permission to look at it.
Eh, roll 20. It happens.
Yeah. It's called the Central Castings Heroes of Legend. If you if you look on the main tabletop, right, in the upper
Yeah.
right hand corner of the tabletop, there's a copy of the form. But I tried to take the important information and put it in a document that you can edit. So you'll have to actually click edit and then go down, and make changes there.
Yeah, standard character sheet for or handout for roll 20.
Yeah. But don't worry, that's the last thing we do. We make your character in Pendragon and then we'll transition over to central casting. Uh,
Sounds good.
Central casting, I don't know if you see my camera, but I've got a central casting book right here. Oh, blurry. Gotta love the blur.
I can see you're holding a book, but it is very blurry because of the
Yeah,
background blur. I believe you. It's fine.
there we go. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like, let me see. I don't know exactly. Let me go to the last table. The last table is number 978. but that's not really true. 877 is what I would say would be how many tables are in that book. When you do your background, you don't roll on every single one of them, but
Okay.
there's like 3 or 4 primary tables that you roll on, and then those tables take you to these other tables.
Gotcha. It branches out, and then I pick the finer details. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's actually lots and lots of rolls. Like, just as an example, I'm just going to pull this out. So during your adolescence, you might roll awe love. That's one of the tables. And then I would go
Okay.
to the awe love table, and you would roll to see who you fell in love with. And then you would roll in, was it reciprocal? And then, is it still ongoing? Is it,
Gotcha.
is it, do they now hate you? Or whatever. And then have you broken up? And then, so there's like 4 or 5 rolls per category. And then so that gives you like this general, like, something happened during this time period, and then you can, if you want, you can fill in the blanks yourself, or you can just let it ride the way it is, because it's fairly detailed enough that you can leave it as such. But if you want to elaborate or extrapolate upon it, you definitely can do that too.
Okay.
Um, just as an example, uh, one of the players, his name is Sanson. He went through this entire book and nothing spectacular happened. Okay, basically everything he rolled was just what you would expect. Born at home, under a full moon, or something like that, or uh, you know, met had a childhood friend, grew up, it, at home, family's still alive, all this stuff, and then it was basically that's the end of his background. But then Gwyneth, who's another one of the players, he was born in a sewer, and he has a curse on him that, well, everybody says it's a curse. Let's say that, because nobody really knows. But he is very hairy. Like,
Okay.
like, it's so hairy that it's a point of armor.
Wow. All right.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
and he tries to shave it, but it grows back. In a short amount of time. Okay, so
Interesting.
Laz is in roll 20, but he's not on Discord yet.
I assume it's just he's getting on,
Yeah,
finding his
he's probably
mic or
just,
whatever.
yeah, logging in to all the different thingamajiggers.
Also, I'm trying to get a copy of the central casting book just so I can look along while you do that. It seems you're using the first edition one, right?
I
So
am
with the
using
blue
first
cover.
edition. I don't know. I know it's been remade recently. I guess they've got a new edition. It's more, for lack of a better term, the new edition is woke.
Okay, fair enough.
But I don't know. Uh, I have not owned it or read it, so I couldn't tell you why. This is just from what people have told me.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, but the first edition is very generic. Hey, Laz, I'm glad you made it.
Hey, Les.
Hey, thanks. Good to be here.
Yeah. How are you doing? Other than it being good to be here, you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty. I, work was a little bit of a toil today, but when is it not?
What do you do? if you don't
I
mind me
am
asking.
supply chain logistics for a ophthalmic surgery center. Uh,
Oh, okay.
so I'm doing everything from fentanyl to toilet paper. I buy it.
Right, 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 right. So um so you have a real job. Okay, that's good. No,
Yeah, unfortunately, I do.
yeah. My son's into logistics in
Nice.
the Air Force.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's what I really should have done is some sort of quartermaster or something like that. But
Yeah, he buys he gets all the stuff for his squadron. I don't know exactly what the details are. Actually, for an entire base nowadays,
nice.
but yeah, I don't know. I don't pry.
Yeah,
Um,
matter of fact, we use as a training example. We use a famous story from the Air Force logistics. In fact, they said that it was a base in I want to say Oklahoma,
okay.
and suddenly someone received a 3-ton anchor and it sat there for several months before anybody decided to do anything with it, and turns out it was just a single transposed digit on a requisition form.
Yeah, of course.
And the fact that nobody on a landlocked Air Force base questioned a
Question the anchor.
anchor, yeah,
Yeah.
it goes into how, like, it's everybody's role to check on inventory.
Hey,
Yes.
maybe the
This
commander.
scene's off, but also not my job.
That's precisely it, yeah.
Well, maybe the commander wanted to say, how anchor he is in his unit or whatever. I don't know.
Right, yeah, or maybe it was an art installation, who knows?
That's right.
Gotta make the Navy feel at home.
That's right. Okay, so how do I pronounce this name? Is it Aji?
Yeah, just Aji.
Aji. Okay, I got it right. I'm proud of myself. So Laz, have you played Pendragon before?
I have played the BRP system many, many times, and
Uh-huh.
bits of Pendragon are hacked into different things of that. So I played RuneQuest quite a bit,
Yeah. Yep.
and like
Yep.
a lot of like the passions and such, and even the like the generation of the back, the history and stuff is pretty similar. I've noticed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's loosely based on the basic role playing system. Um, just FYI, I've played RuneQuest since first edition. I've
Nice.
Oh,
I've RuneQuest was my go-to role-playing game for many, many years. Um, there was a period where I would not touch D&D with the 10-foot pole. I I played first, I played advanced, and I even started into 3.5, but then that's when I decided that I'm never going to play D&D again, was 3.5. And then uh, I kind of fell back into it in 5th edition because I thought it was a good change to the rules and stuff like that. But and this is going to be a little bit into my personality right now. We're about to get a little bit of this. I didn't like the way the company was going, um, and because of the politics of the company, I gave up D&D. I sold all my D&D books. I basically just totally discarded everything. If I had a flamethrower, I would have put it under a flamethrower. But and so then I decided I needed to get back into some of my old, hunting grounds, my other games, and I fell back into Traveler because that's a really big game of mine, and then and the Rune Quest and stuff like that. Um, but I fell onto a Pendragon kick, and so that's where we're at now. I'm because I love my fantasy role. Oh, I did Harn for a while, and
Hmm.
I did Harn because I wanted something similar to Pendragon, but I didn't realize that I wanted Pendragon. It was
Right.
I wanted that type of a game, and but Harn has, and I hate to say this, but it has a grognard community where
Totally does. Yeah.
if you're not if you oh, so you're familiar with them. Okay, well they're
Yeah, it's
basically
like, it's like
a bunch of
if you miss the
know-it-alls.
bus, you gotta speak their language, or you're off the bat somehow, or you're nobody.
And it kind of turned me away from that game, even though the game is actually a really good game. It's just that whenever I recruited, like on Roll20, and I got players in, they would their arguments would arise, and
Absolutely. Yeah.
and I just couldn't. I tried dealing with it. As a good game master, I tried squashing bugs and stuff like that, but it eventually just got to the point where I was tired of doing it. So I put that game down and I picked up Pendragon. And okay, having said that, this Aji asked a question earlier, or mentioned that he's joining or his friend is joining a Pendragon game, and and we were talking about the difference between homebrew and modules and stuff like that. And I want you to know that I am running uh, initially, like the first group of adventures are all uh, pre-written, and it's kind of like I'm using them as a tutorial for the players.
Sure. Yeah. It
Just
makes
kind
most
of
sense.
getting
Yeah,
everybody's
nice
feet wet
launching point.
in a
Yeah.
launching point, exactly. And it's got a really good concept of, it kind of shares exactly what everybody's doing and how you got there. But after that, it's all going to be homebrew. I already have like this elongated campaign, so don't worry, it's not going to end after 5 years of game time. I've got a long. When I say 5 years of game time, I don't know if you know this, but every game session is almost a year,
Yeah.
so it goes really
That's crazy.
quick. But it's going to start slowing down now that we've reached a certain point in the campaign. I've been playing with these other two guys for about 2 months now, and really good guys. I played other games with them before, and and we've gotten to the point now where the campaign world is going to start opening up. So you guys have gotten in at a
Nice.
really good time. You just didn't get that initial uh, the initial kickstart, basically, but that's okay. We'll
Yeah.
work past that. We'll work past that. Okay, so let's okay. I want to point a couple of things out before we get started. Um, this is England. It's on Earth, but it's not the Earth you think. Okay, so uh, things are not everything is going to be straight out of the history books. Okay, so if
Right.
if XYZ happened on XY date, that doesn't mean it's actually going to happen on that date. Okay, it doesn't even mean it's
Right.
even going to
Gotcha.
happen,
Yeah.
right?
Gotcha.
Hypothetically, if you bust into King Arthur's court and you stab him through the heart and he dies, well, guess what? King Arthur's dead, and so you got to move on.
Right.
So
Yeah.
things can change. Things are going to be, uh, but having said that, heraldry. Okay, everybody knows what that is, but there are fantasy creatures that a lot of heralds will put on heraldric devices, and where did they get those? Where, who, how did that come to be? Like, let's say a griffin.
Yeah.
Who decided on that? Well, guess what? Griffins exist. Okay, so they exist in this world. Um,
Gotcha.
Dragons, they're they're they exist. Elves, they exist. Dwarves, they exist. Um, are they common? Are they even? Have you ever seen one? The answer is no. Um, they're not common. You've never seen a dragon. You've never, but you've heard of people like in the north that have encountered dragons, or you also have heard of knights that go on quests or um, adventures to go slay a dragon because it brings them glory and stuff like that. So things like that happen. Are there wizards walking around casting spells, fireballs? No. But, okay, yes and no. There are wizards, but usually they're very rare. They're so rare that I would say maybe half of your major lords or kings, uh, we'll say about 20, might have a wizard in their court, as maybe an advisor or something like that. Um, is there, like Merlin, does he exist? Yes, he exists. He have you ever seen him cast any kind of spell? No. That it's not being a wizard doesn't necessarily mean there's spells being cast.
They're just basically celebrities.
They're
um,
right.
out
Well,
of, after a
they
fashion.
they're very smart, very learned. They also might be able to see like things that can't be seen, and they might, are very familiar. They might actually do cast spells because they're in history. In your history in the game, there was a king, uh, Uther Pendragon, and it is rumored that Merlin changed his physical appearance on one night and made him look completely like someone else. And this Uther was uh, not a great king. He was an okay king. Uh, but everybody respected him and everybody, obeyed him and stuff like that. And then about 15, 16, 17 years ago, he was assassinated. He was poisoned and killed. And in the meantime, there's not been any king. Oh, well, there's been kings. There's kings all over the place, but there's not been one true king of England, right? As a unifying high king or anything like that. Um, and then about 5 years ago, maybe less, Uther's sword appeared in front of St. Paul's Cathedral in Londinium, stuck in an anvil on a stone in front of this cathedral. And there's an inscription on the bottom of this stone saying that anyone draws this sword out will be the next king, be rightfully the next king. And every year, people, there's like a big tournament or whatever to try to draw the stone. And for 15 years, 16, 17 years, nobody's been able to, well, actually for 5 years, because the sword and the stone's only been there for about 5 years. Nobody's been able to successfully draw this sword. Well, this last year, you are currently in year 510. In 510, the Archbishop said that it's gone on long enough. This Uther's been dead long enough. The mourning period has passed. Anybody that wins this tournament is going to be crowned the High King, right? And so there was this big tournament in January. It was like a really, really big deal. And kings and dukes and counts from all over England showed up. and competed. And during the competition, while the competition was going on, a squire, Arthur, drew the sword from the stone. And there was the tournament was immediately canceled, and the big rigmarole, and I won't get into all of it, but he was decidedly chosen as the new High King. But there was a faction under King Lot, who is from north of the wall, stated that he would not accept this squire becoming the new High King. He's still just a boy, and all that. And so they refused to accept him, and they fled back to their kingdoms up north. And I have more to this tale, but it'll be after character creation. All right. So the year is 510. You have your character sheets. Hopefully you can open up your character sheets. I need you to choose a first name. You don't have to choose like a descriptor or a last name or anything like that. You can do that at the very end. Normally people don't have last names, only kings do, but you're not going to be king right away, and so you wouldn't have a last name. You would have either a place name or a descriptor, like Laz the Humongous, or Anji the Skinny, or whatever, right? It would or the Blonde, or the bearded, or whatever. Or you might have a Laz of Salisbury, or Anji of Boyton, or something, right? So you would have like a place name or a descriptor, but you don't have to choose that right now. But I do need you to choose a first name.
I got mine already.
What is it?
With Roland.
Roland. Okay, I like it.
Let's see, I'm just rolling on a...
Now I've got names in the upper, I got a bunch of names in the upper left-hand corner of the table. When I say table, I'm talking about the tabletop.
Gotcha.
And not a rollable table. But you should get...
I'm going to go with Garrick. Garrick.
Okay. Very Battlestar Galactica. I don't know if you're familiar with that character, but okay.
No, that's one property I never dove into.
Well, he was a criminal mastermind.
Nice.
But he was a good guy. Think of him like a rebel.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now on your character sheet, you're gonna have got your name, and you can go ahead and put Sir in front of it because you guys are gonna start off the game as knights. So Sir Garrick, Sir Roland, and distinctive features. We'll get to that in a moment. Your lord is Robert. Okay, so you can put Count Robert if you want, or you could put Count Sir Robert, or anything you want right there. Your class would be Household Knight. There are various levels of knights, and you are the second level up, which is not just your a normal like county knight. You're actually a household knight. You're going to be in Robert's court. Okay, so like hang out with Robert all the time. He's also just a couple of years older than you. So you guys are going to start out at 18, so you can put your age at 18. He's probably 20 years old. He was just knighted. we'll talk about that here in just a moment. A couple of years ago, actually. Um, your culture is Cymric, okay? Cymric. If you're not familiar with what a Cymric is, it's a combination of Roman, Trojan, and English. Okay, so
Right.
it's a mixed race, but it's called Cymric. Now here's a choice you need to make. Your religion. There's two religions available for players. One is Christian, one is pagan. If you choose to roll, it's a 1 in 6 chance that you're pagan. Because the majority of this area has been converted to Christianity. If you want to be pagan, that's perfectly fine. There's no problem with that. Because if you're a Christian, there's not going to be any problems with having pagans uh, in your household because 20, 30 years ago, pagans were kind of like a big deal. Well, maybe not, maybe longer. Just within one generation, pagans were kind of like the only thing available, and then Christianity's become very popular. Um,
Right, right.
I got
Alright,
that
so
one, so it looks like I'm pagan.
nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go
actually,
all random too.
if you want to go by the table itself, I do believe,
Is 6 Christian or pagan?
I think so. That's what I'm checking.
I'm going to live it up to the dice. So, all right.
Oh
So
yeah, six is pagan. Yes, sir.
Christian it is. Christian.
You don't have to roll. You could have chose, but if you want to be pagan, you
I
can be
felt like
pagan.
it.
Okay.
It's not at this point in time. At least it has no bearing on which one. I'll just build the character around whatever I roll for that. So
Right. Now, in the just so you know, Christians believe in, you already know, and there's a lot of variety to the Christian religion. There's the black robes, the white robes, the grays, the greens. There's a lot of different aspects of Christianity that are taught differently. But pagans are more like your live off the land, more. They have multiple. They have a god for every single thing. You know, they're basically they're just different. Uh, multicultural, like theolo. What's the word I'm looking for? Um, they have many gods.
polytheistic.
Polytheistic. Yeah, they got multiple gods for different things. And they also have a lot of weird beliefs, you know, like
And that just changes a lot per region.
that is also true. So far, so good. Okay, so you got your religions. Now, if you look on the table, you've got under where it says table 3.4 distinctive features. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, there is something called Christian virtues. Go ahead and write those in where it says religious virtues. I don't know if
Wait,
you
do
can
we pick one or we
No,
get
no, no.
all?
You get all those. You get all those.
Okay.
All of those are Christian virtues. There should be 6 of them: chaste, forgiving, merciful, modest, spiritual, and temperate.
And since I am still new to the character sheet, I'm clicking these. Oh, okay, I see.
It's
I
under
see
where it says
a.
personality traits, religious
Okay.
virtues.
Do I
Type
click
it in.
the box or am I typing it in?
You're
'Cause I
typing
see
it
there's
in
like
where it
a.
says religious virtues.
Okay, cool.
Just so you know, the box check is for experience, for developing those skills. Just like RuneQuest. Okay, so that's religion. And then your homeland is Salisbury. And your current home is Sarum. I know all of that is in that first parchment in the upper left-hand corner.
Hold on, so you said homeland is Salisbury, and your current home is what?
It says
Sarum?
Castle on the Rock in the town of Sarum. It's Sarum.
That's your current home.
That's your current home. That's right.
Okay.
Lord is Robert, the Count of Salisbury. Yeah, all that's up there. So you should be able to, get that in. Now, heraldry and motto is left blank. Your distinctive features should be left blank. And now we go to characteristics. We're going to jump straight on in to the meat and potatoes. This is where you're going to roll some dice, and you're going to apply them directly. There's no, what's the word I'm looking for? There's not, you don't assign these to your stats. As you roll them, they get applied. And I'm going to show you something.
Okay.
There you go. Another table should have popped up. It is table 3.3. And you'll see size, dex, strength, con, and appearance. That it says size 1d6. That's a lie. That's a typo. It's 2d6. They're all 2d6 plus 5.
2d6.
Yeah, but because you are Cimeric, you get a +3 on con.
So that's 2d6 plus 8.
Correct. On con.
Gotcha.
They're very hardy people. Go ahead and roll all your dice, or just roll your dice and put them into your characteristics.
You said these are not assigned. These are as we roll?
That's correct.
Okay.
And don't worry about if you wind up rolling like super low or super high or anything like that, because you will get an opportunity to modify these as you play. And as your character create, actually. You get points to spend. Now, when you apply your stats, you'll notice that your health stats and your other stats will actually automatically calculate. Or they should.
Okay. 17. Wow. Apparently I'm a hardy man. And then +5, +3 to that's playing. Ooh. I'm short, but apparently all the rest are decent.
There you go.
Okay.
Somewhat dexterous.
What's your dex?
15.
Okay, that's good. Just in the back of your mind, just know this. If you have any numbers that are 16 or better, just know that it's legendary. People know you because of it.
So if I have a con of 20, what does that mean?
That means okay, you have a con of 20?
I rolled a 17 and I get my +3 to that.
Yeah, you're not just famous, you're actually like well known because of it. It's like I wouldn't race that guy. He can run for miles. That kind of stuff. That guy over there.
Me to a drink off. Gotcha.
Yeah, people just know you. They're like, man, and you could also maybe use that in your name. However, You know, you can say the
That's
Hardy.
definitely
Or,
going to be the title of some sort. Yeah.
yeah, but it doesn't have to be right now. Okay, so we got those high stats will probably also give you some glory, but we're not going to get into that just yet.
And just quickly, you did say it was. I blanked on it. You said it was +3 because of our region, right?
Constitution +3 because you're Cymric. That's right.
Okay, just making sure because I want to make sure the 20 was correct. Okay.
Yeah. Because you're Cymric, you have a racial maximum of 21 in Constitution. So just
Gotcha.
think of that. You know, you're almost right there at the racial maximum.
Sense. Okay.
Now, distinctive features. We're going to do distinctive features before we do heroic events. Okay, just because I'm thinking about it. Each of you tell me what your appearance is. Because I'm not looking at your character sheets. I'm actually looking at somebody else's. Maybe I can pull your
See, I got
character
a
sheets up.
10 in mine.
Okay, so you are considered plain. Okay, which basically means you get one negative and one positive distinctive feature. And if you're curious about what the distinctive features are, they are way down here in the bottom right hand corner of the table. You'll see each category like physique,
Gotcha.
limbs, hair, but they each of those have a positive and negative. Out of all of them, from physique to face, you can choose, or even speech, you can choose one positive and one negative.
Okay, and I have a 13 in appearance.
So you were considered fair, so you get two positive.
2 positive, 1 negative, or just 2 positive?
Just two positive.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That you should get table 3.5 pop up. 3.4, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yeah, with a 13 to 15, you're fair, you get two positives.
Okay.
And then just write those in on your character sheet where it says distinctive features.
Can you remind me where that is on
Under
the
your
character
name.
sheet?
Under your name.
Under my name. Okay, at the top. Okay, I see it. 2 It's got to be something related to con, at least one of them.
Okay. My caps locked. Maybe I am. There we go. Okay, I see a very small size, but a really high con.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I see Garrick has a dex, but not a big size or strength.
Yeah, it's pretty weaselly.
Um, I won't disagree. But you do have a character damage of 3d6, which is very reasonable. That's probably because your size.
Alright, I'll take it.
And your hit points are 23 versus 28. Yeah, you're going to want to improve your strength probably as your character creation goes on.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. And you'll get an opportunity to do that. Okay, so you got your distinctive features. All right. Now we're gonna go into the second page of your character sheet, it's called Holdings. Go ahead and click on that. It'll take you to the second page. You see the very top, there's two tabs. It says Character and Holdings. There you go.
Just getting that last
Yeah.
character. I'm good now.
Yeah. Okay, so the first few events that you're going to put on here, you're going to put the year that these events, and you'll need to hit add where it says important event. You're going to hit add, and then you're going to fill in some blanks, but you're not going to do that just yet. We're going to have to determine how many events each of you have, and to do that, I'm going to have to go pull up my book. Okay, so it's a die roll. You're going to roll 6 die 6, and then multiply it by 100. Just add 2 zeros, and then add 2,000.
$66 times 100 plus 2,000, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. 66 times 100 plus 2,000. Yes. Go ahead and roll it. Okay. What you're determining is your father's glory. Okay. So you can put that on your character sheet where it says estate glory.
Gotcha. Okay.
You both have a pretty good amount of glory. Okay, so that estate glory, that is not your glory. Okay, so beside that, in parentheses or whatever you'd like to put, divide it by 4, and that's your glory that you're given because your father was so famous. Okay, so like if you had,
just divide the number by 4, and that's our glory.
that's your personal glory. It's also still estate glory, but it's yours. So you need to put some kind of separator so you know it's yours. So like with 4,200, you're going to have what, 1,050?
Yeah. So it's just, but it's in the same thing. It's just in parentheses. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly right. Now 4,700 might be a little harder math, but yeah, just divide by 4. I use the chat to do my math for me. /R 4,700 divide by 4.
Oh, right. I always forget that it's more than just rolling.
That's right. That's right. So 1175. Okay. That's your inherited glory from all that good stuff. Okay. Okay. So for every 500 glory that you have inherited,
Is that an event?
it's going to be an event.
And that's from our inherited, not total. So I would get 2
Right.
at 150, right?
Right.
1,000.
And these are inherited events. So these are actually events that pertain to your parents. So it would have been like, even though it's based on your glory, this is what they are known for, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It's weird. Okay, so whoever would like to go first, I need a D6 roll for your first event.
Do you want to go, Laz? I'd love to see how it's done.
Sure. You said D6?
1D6. Oh, it's always a good one, right? Okay. You die
Either really
instantly.
good or really bad.
You die instantly. No. Roll a D6. Another one. A 5. Okay. So, Laz, you need to add an event, right? On your top of your sheet. And is a 5, huh? Okay. So he was in what's called the Battle of Cambridge.
This is still my pops, right?
Yeah. This is all your father's events. So this happened in year 505. So when it says date, you can just put 505.
Gotcha.
Just if you both want to look at this, you are both 18 in the year 510. So you can do the math negatively to find out when you were born. So you can put the date that you were born. And you can also, 14 years later is when you were squired. And you were knighted in 510.
492. You said at 14 we're squired?
14 years old. You were probably made a page when you were about 7 years old. And then when you were 14, you were squired. And then you were knighted in year 510.
Right. Okay.
And you have a line there for died, when you died. Okay. Okay, so that was your first, and you're going to get a second one. So go ahead and roll again. This is a D6
Regular
roll.
D6.
It's a D6. A 3. Okay. The year is 495, and it's the Battle of St. Albans. Albans. All bands.
All right.
Oh, no. You don't have to put born and squired. It's over on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm deleting those right now. I just realized that.
Okay. Battle of Cambridge, Battle of St. Albans, 495. You can move the date over. Yeah. So you're done with that. All right, Sir Roland, go ahead and give me a D6 roll. Because I believe you have 2 as well.
Yeah.
Battle of
A
Mount
lot of
Damon.
ones.
He was in the Battle of Mount Damon, which was in 484.
Damon, Damien.
Nope, Damen. No I.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Damon. Damon. Second roll. That was simple enough. Just give me another D6. A 4. Okay, he was involved in a Saxon raid. I'm going to need 2d6 roll, but just one at a time. Or you can roll both. That's fine because
5 and 5. Keep it
okay.
easy.
Yeah, 5 and 5. Okay, so the year was 4. Nope. The year was 503.
Recently, okay.
And the Saxon raid, he defeated a Saxon chieftain.
Okay.
He
Sounds pretty good.
he also gained, this is him now, not you. He gained a rune-scribed Saxon sword.
Nice.
And your family has an enemy in the chieftain's son. Okay, just a little historical note. Salisbury is in the south of England. The Saxons are just one border away to the south, and they, like Wessex and Sussex and all that, and they raid into Salisbury a lot. And they are not good people. They do abide by chivalry and knightly codes and stuff like that, but um, think of it kind of like almost like Vikings in the fact that they uh, loot and pillage and rape and take livestock and all that stuff.
There's
They're
a code. It's just not yours.
yeah. Well, no, they're they abide by. They have knights like you do, and they yeah. Now there is a line for the date over on the right. Just FYI.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Ooh, I have my character sheet up. I didn't see that.
Yeah, no
Makes it a
worries.
lot easier.
Okay, so you got your we're gonna call that history, okay, because that's your that was your father. If you want to put another line in there that says, uh, separating your father from yourself or something, you can, or don't even worry about it, because anything that happens, you might have some other historical events that take place before these that pertain to you, like when you were a kid.
Yeah,
Okay,
these are pretty recent events. Yeah.
so just FYI on that. Okay, so we got the heroic events. These are heroic. So basically, your fathers did something or were acknowledged for doing something heroic during these battles that granted them glory that uh, informed their total glory. And you kind of absorbed some of that. Okay.
Gotcha.
Because, your family. Um, okay, let me get back to my thingamajigger. Okay, already got your characteristics. Perfect. Now, and you got your distinctive features. Now we need to do traits. If you look over on the left hand, go back to character. And then on the left hand side, you're going to have all your traits. Personality traits. Okay, so you're going to roll for everyone. Oh, I see. Somebody's already put 3. No, don't worry about that. So you're going to want to roll for every one of these traits all the way down on the left side. So chaste, energetic, forgiving, not lustful, lazy, vengeful. So you're gonna roll all the positive traits. You're gonna roll 2d6 plus 3 for every one of them. But your Christian virtues, you're going to get an additional plus 3. Okay? But
And
before
I imagine whoever's under 20 is the other one. So, like, if I roll a 17, then if I get a 17 in chase, I then have a 3 in lustful.
That is correct.
Is that how it works?
That is
Okay.
exactly how it works. Now, except for valorous, I need you guys to roll valorous first. It's 2d6 plus 8. So go ahead and roll your 2d6 plus 8, apply it to valorous, and then you can do the rest. Oh, so you're famously valorous. Oh my gosh. You are.
Man, I'm starting to feel like this guy's got like a really big like complex about him being short, and he's making it up in other ways. Also, Laz, what a roll!
Right? Yeah. He's
Yeah.
valorous, I guess.
When anything that's 20 or better is actually better than famous. There's a term for it. I can't remember what it is. I think it might be legendary. Yeah, 20 or above means it's pretty impressive.
He lacks the part of his brain that alerts him of danger.
That's right. That's right. Valorous doesn't necessarily mean brave. It does, but it doesn't only represent that. If that makes sense.
Right.
There are other things that can make you valorous. Okay, so just go ahead and start rolling all of your virtues, and don't forget to add 3 to your Christian virtues.
This is gonna be real interesting with a chase of 9. Oh no. This is not gonna be good. Oh, it's gonna be one way. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and just fill them in as you go down. And if you want, you can just apply the total of 20 on the right. So, like if your chase is 19, you can just go ahead and put a 1 on lustful if you want. Because that's what it's going to wind up being. It's whatever the difference of 20 is.
Man, with these personality traits, this guy's gonna be really big personality. Not sure if it's good or bad, just it's gonna be big one way or the other.
I think I'm a paladin so far.
I got really low chase, really low
There's
energetic.
there's
super
no
forgiving and generous.
there's no way to have a 20 forgiving.
That was +3 from the Christian values, wasn't it?
And yeah, it's 2d6 plus 3
Plus
plus
+3, right. I had
plus 3.
+6, my bad. I'm just gonna have to hit those again because I hit it +6.
Yeah.
Wow, apparently I have a conscience at least. Okay, at least it's that.
And just let me know when you get all those filled in.
Religious. Is interesting set of personality traits. Okay. Mhm. Well, apparently it takes me a while to get going, but once it does, I'm in it for the long haul, according to my personality. I'm definitely thinking about basing something around the fact that I'm extremely short, and it's just adding to a complex.
You're not extremely short.
I did get an 8 versus my con of 20.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like Sir Roland has got his all filled in.
Yep.
It was my last one right there.
All right. Okay. So as you adventure and go on quests and do die rolls and stuff like that, if either one of these goes up, like let's say honest and deceitful, if one or the other goes up, the other one automatically goes down. Okay, so it always totals 20 no matter what. So you won't have an 11 and a 12. You'll only have an 11 and a 9. Okay, just FYI for those. Now we're going to jump over to skills. There's a starting skill. Yep, here it is. Let's go ahead and show you this. And you can do that math pretty easily. And just start filling them in. If there's ever a division in this game, it always rounds off. So if you get a 0.5, it's always going to go up. If it's 0.4, it would be round down. You know, just the way it works. If it's an app or an appearance-based skill, it can never be higher than your appearance. But right now, it's all of those are appearance -5. A very important thing you might want to notice. On this list, there is no chirurgery skill. And there's also literacy is a value of 0. Okay, so what that is telling me is, and it's telling you, you can't read. That's not a knightly skill. Okay, now something.
Shame, but okay.
Yeah, you have people to read things for you, or you trust what they're telling you. You know, there are skills that you're going to want to have eventually when we start applying points that are 10 or better. Okay, and that's listed in the very bottom below the characteristic. You have to have brawling, charge, sword, and 2 non-weapon knightly skills. Those are the ones with asterisks at level 10 to be able to be knighted. Okay, so by the time you're done spending points, make sure that at least you meet the minimum requirements is what I'm trying to say.
I'm still putting the minimums, the beginning values. Once I get all those in, how many points is it? 20 I get to spend?
No, we're not there yet.
Okay,
But yeah,
cool.
yeah. You're going to get a bunch of points. Just let me know when you guys are done filling in your blanks. I'm watching your character sheets, but they don't always update live. And
Man,
I
there are
have put,
so many based on appearance.
I have written in on some of your character sheets. I've also changed some spellings and stuff. So just so you know, I'm toying around with your sheets. Yeah, a healing rate of 2 is not very good, but that's okay. We can get that fixed. We can get that up. Once you get that strength up. Fill in the opposite
Okay,
values.
combat
Okay.
skills, I see starting value. What is that now?
Huh? What? Under skills?
I'm looking at the table. It says combat skills starting value. Is that just a different table that they have?
Yeah,
all
that's
in one
just a
table?
category.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay, just a note on a couple of these skills. Charge, horsemanship are kind of like they're two different skills, but they're special in that if you're mounted on a horse and you're fighting, whatever you're doing, you can only use the lower of the two. So if you're using your sword on a horse and your horsemanship is 2 and your sword is 20, you're using the 2 because you always use the lower of horsemanship and your weapon skill. Now, charge is a specific type of attack while on a horse. It also uses the lower of horsemanship and charge, but it's the act of moving and attacking at the same time. Normally, you can do one or the other. When you're on the foot, you can only move or attack. You can't do both. Well, no, that's not really true. I lied. You attack first and then move. So yeah, you can strike and then back up. But you can't move in and attack.
Okay.
Unless
And
you
now
unless you charge.
just to confirm, so since I have skills under 10 that are quote unquote knightly skills, I will have to spend points to put those up.
Correct. Well, you only need 2 non-weapon knightly skills.
Okay. Well, I don't mind. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right.
Yeah. That's correct. Because right now you're building a squire, and you're about to get some squire training, which is going to bump your skills up.
Okay, I have all of mine at the base beginning value.
Perfect.
I'm all good as well.
You're both good. Okay. So because you're Cimeric, you get a +3 to charge, horsemanship, and courtesy. That was loud. I don't know if you guys heard that, but.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, so you got charge, horsemanship, and courtesy +3. Now your family is going to get you a bonus. Basically, every family's got their quirks, and you roll a d20, and I'll tell you what you get.
One, two. Character sheets away.
Yep.
13.
Okay, we got a 4 and a 13, right? A 4 is well bred. That means your courtesy goes up by 3.
All right.
Yeah, so that's a pretty high courtesy. Okay, and then a 13 means your family is silver-tongued. So you get a +3 to orate.
Okay.
Okay, so that is your family characteristic. All right.
Are we writing those actual names and characteristics anywhere, or is it just a +3?
If you want, you can.
There's no box for it, though. Okay.
There's no box for it. Not that I know of. There might, if there would be one, it'd probably be under holding.
Gotcha.
But I don't see it anywhere. So yeah, don't worry about it. Unless you want to write it down.
Okay. Just collecting my ideas for the character.
Right. Under where it says squire, you need to choose a name for your squire. I understand he's not your kid. You didn't name him, but go ahead and name him. He's a character.
My big list of names. Go.
And he's probably age 14. I can guarantee he's going to be age 14. And we'll get to his skill and everything a little bit later. Don't worry about that. But usually when you're rolling for a squire to do anything, he's rolling his age -9. So you'd be looking for like maybe a 5 for to do things. But don't worry about it. That's going to be modified. We'll get to that later. Okay, passions. Right above where it says square. You got passions. If you look on the table, I've got them listed for you right there. You got homage, love, devotion, station, hospitality, and 8 Saxons. You'll need to add
Roll
each.
all those.
Yes, you'll need to add each a line for each one of them, and then you'll roll the die for each of those. You get 8 Saxons because you're in Salisbury, and they're basically the front line against the Saxons. There's constantly raids. And when it says Lord, your Lord is Robert. Station is your ranking in society. So a knight or a peasant or a landed merchant or a lady, all of that falls under station. Now, before you start rolling and doing all that, passions are, think of the, I don't know if you guys have ever played D&D 5th edition, but think of them kind of like inspirations, self-imposed inspiration, like as if you were a bard, right? You could apply an inspiration to your character. And it lasts for the entire encounter. So like if, let's say you're fighting a wolf on the street, and you might none of these would really apply. So you can't petition to Derek and say, Derek, I want to use my station above this wolf to get me some inspiration. No, you can't apply that to a wolf. But I'm going to be very hospitable. No, I hate a Saxon wolf. No. So you can't just pull a station out, or I'm sorry, a passion out when it doesn't apply. But if you had a passion of hate wolves, you could do that. You could say, I'm going to use my hate wolves, and I would say, okay. But you have to ask for it. I'm not going to recommend it. I'm not going to push it on you. The reason why I don't, well, sometimes I'll recommend it. Sometimes I will remind you. I say, hey, by the way, you're fighting some Saxons. You might want to use your passion, hate Saxons. The reason why you might or might not want to use it is you only get to use it any passion once a day. So if you're anticipating multiple encounters, you're not going to want, and if you think you can defeat them easily, you're not going to want to pull out a passion. You'll just defeat them. But maybe you're outnumbered and you need to really draw upon yourself. You roll. If you beat the roll, you make the roll, you're going to get a bonus to one of your skills. And most people will choose sword. They might choose spear or two-handed hafted or whatever you use, right? Usually it's a combat skill. And you could say, I want to be passionate about this. You roll, and if you make it, you normally get a +5 on a D20. That's pretty high, right? That's a big, but if you crit, then you get a +10. So you would just like wade through them like butter. But there's a downside. If you fail, you'll enter what's called a melancholy state. And if you critical, you'll become incapacitated. I mean, critically fumble. You'll become incapacitated. So you'll become so scared or like, oh my God, there's so many Saxons, whatever. And melancholy is kind of like, I don't really care. It doesn't really bother me, and what that does is it gives you a minus, right? So you're risking a plus for a minus.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot.
With the
Yep,
additional points, those must be spent on these, or can we create a new passion?
you can create new passions. Good question. Like that, hate wolves. No, one I recommend is loyalty, Arthur. You don't have to choose it, but Robert is loyal to Arthur, so you might want to also choose that. You can choose homage to Arthur too if you want, but he's not like in your direct line of command. It's Robert, and then
Boss's boss. Gotcha.
yeah, he's like further down the line. It's Arthur, then it's Duke Ulfius, and then it's Arthur. So your choice though. If you want to have a love of something other than your family, you can do that. If you want to have a hate of King Lot and his knights or something, you could do that because they've
to pump up hate Saxons because of my backstory.
or you could do that exactly. I would recommend pumping up. Now, none of these can go over 15
Okay.
unless you rolled it. If you rolled an 18, it stays, but you can't.
Okay.
But you can't spend points over 15.
To be 8 points for something.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Tomorrow night when we're gaming, I might or might not recognize your voice. Okay, so you might have to let me know. Sir Laz does this, or not Sir Laz, Sir Garrick, or
Yeah,
or,
no
or,
problem.
or Sir Roderick does this because
Yeah.
or Roland. I'm sorry, because it's going to take me 3 or 4 sessions probably to really hone in on your difference in voices. Ooh, you got a blue and a green eye. That's odd. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah, so there was one of the distinctive features I saw, or a negative feature down there. So I was like, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah. We haven't even gotten into the background yet. That's good. We've only
And
been
for the Arthur one, that'd be loyalty Arthur. Is that what it is?
Yes, you can choose loyalty. You can go love Arthur if you want. But I would do loyalty.
Well, you said like homage versus loyalty, so I wanted to make sure I had that.
Right. You could choose homage if you want as well. Homage is kind of like it's stronger than loyalty.
Yeah. I'm putting it down as loyalty.
Yeah,
That's
there
a
you go.
good one with 8 points.
Yeah.
Bump up that hate Saxons. It works well with my backstory. All right, I think I got my passions done.
I just clicked on a rotate. Okay, my book just got rotated. I was like, what the hell? I can't read it. Okay, so we got our family. We got our passions. You spent those extra 46 plus 1. Did you both get those points? Looks like you did. Yep. And you spent them.
Yep.
Okay. Now, you get 10 bonus skill points. If you look on the second page there, you got limitations. These all go on skills. You may not raise a skill over 15. You cannot raise a skill with a starting value of 0. So you can't just become literate.
Shame.
I know, right? I would think you could, but no. This is training that you received over your years, and they would not have trained you how to read and write. That's not. They don't consider that a valuable skill. Okay. And your any appearance-based skill cannot be higher than your appearance. So if you got an 8 appearance, you can't raise the skill higher than 8. Well, that appearance-based skill. Okay, go ahead and spend your 10 points on skills.
Remind me, I accidentally closed out the table that has the rules for knightly skills. Can you?
Oh,
send that again?
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
just
yeah,
remind
yeah,
me.
yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, it should be at the bottom there. Yeah.
Must have a 10 brawling charge and 2 non-weapon knightly skills.
Let me know when you got your 10 points spent.
What if I need more than 10 points just to raise my minimum knightly skills?
No, you only need 2 non-weapon knightly skills.
But I need a 10 in brawling, a 10 in charge, and swords, right?
Yeah.
I have 7 in each of those. So I'm spending 6 points to get my brawling and sword up. And then I need 2.
And then you're running out of
non-weapon
points.
knightly
Okay,
skills.
that's fine. Just you're not qualified yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're still in training. You're still a squire.
Yep.
Okay, so but you'll get more points. So don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so
not too worried about that. That's fine. I just want to make sure I have.
no, you're right. You are
So
absolutely right.
One will just be at 9 then, right?
Correct. It's whatever the 10 points would get you to.
Cool.
You'll just be below. But that's not your training and practice. That's just you're still just making a
starting
character.
out. No worries. It's just whenever I get more points, I have to make sure to level that one first. Gotcha.
Right. Exactly. Okay, is everybody good to go?
Just a second longer.
Yeah.
I need to pick my second one.
Okay.
Try and get some of these up. Two, three. I'm seeing if there's any way I can find one that I already have high enough for my non-weapon skills.
Well, you should have a good courtesy. I think that might be a knightly skill.
Yeah, it's still a 6. I only had 3 in it. My appearance was an 8.
Oh, right. Yikes.
Yep.
Well, if your appearance was at 8, you would have started with a 3.
And I got +3 for.
But you can
my things, so I'm at 6.
only raise it up to 8. It can't go higher than your appearance value.
Yep, I'm aware. That's why I'm trying to see if there's anything I can find that I can bring it to a 10. But no,
awareness
doesn't look
is a
like
very good skill to have, especially when you're
okay.
away
I just
from
got a single point to put in.
it. Awareness is kind of like
There's my
perception.
10.
Okay, you're good.
There's
All
my
right.
10. I'm good.
So now we go to training. This is where you get to spend a lot of points on a lot of different things. It's right here where it says training and practice. You're going to get 20 points to apply to your skills, but you still have the same limitations that you did just a moment ago. But you can hold off on those, and you can raise your traits or passions. You get 4 points. You get 4 points on those. And And your trait can be raised up to 19, and passions can be raised up to 20. And you also get 4 points to apply to your strength, size, dex, con, or appearance. But they're not going to affect your skills. Except if you raise your appearance, then your skill can go up to your appearance.
Maximum.
Yeah, it'll adjust your maximum. But it doesn't actually like automatically modify your skills.
Oh, shit. I was doing it totally wrong with my appearance. I definitely have higher values. I was using my size, not my appearance. Well, that's fine. I can just change that.
Okay.
I would put it at 7. That makes things a lot easier. Oh my, that makes things a lot easier. Okay.
Yep. So 20 on skills, 4 on traits and passions, and 4 on stats or characteristics, however you want to word it.
So if we put into traits, for example, if I upped my chasteness, it would decrease my lustfulness, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It always values 20. There is an exception to when it can go over 20, but that's not that's not right now.
Gotcha. That makes it a lot easier. Okay.
So these were the 4 years that you trained as a squire from 14 to 18. Don't forget horsemanship. Yeah. Um. Yeah.
That makes things so much easier. Okay.
Wait a second. I think we missed a passion. Okay. All Salisbury knights have hate Saxons. You have. Okay. You have one more passion. I'm sorry, both of you. It's called honor. And it's 2d6 plus 8.
Get this done. I'll raise that.
Yep.
And if a skill has tied to a characteristic, you said can't go over it, right? That would
Only
include
oh,
things that
only appearance.
only appearance stuff.
Right.
Okay.
And don't forget, you have racial maximum on your stats. So just because you get 4 points to add, you can't go over the racial maximum. So, like if you have a 20 con, you can't add 4 points to it and make it a 24.
Game shame.
I know, right? But by raising your strength, that should change your derived characteristics. Okay, so Roland, I see that there is a problem with your character sheet.
Just
You have a major wound of 20, and that is not possible.
okay.
Do you
I'm
see
still
it?
putting in my points. I
Do
see
you
that there says major wing of 20. I don't know what that means though.
do you have a gap in front or behind any of your stats? Like a space.
The characteristics, you mean?
Yeah, your characteristics. Like where it says 9 size. Do you have like a space 9 or a 9 space?
Don't. Doesn't look like it. But hold on. Let me make sure I have my count on my skills first. I'm doing that in my head, and then I will check that.
Yeah, I don't see.
Rate 2. Rate 8 plus 3 be 11.
It might be that you just haven't saved it yet.
Potentially true. 9.
Your major wound is usually pretty close to your knockdown or your unconscious values. They're pretty close usually. Major wound. No, actually, it says your con characteristic is also the value for your major wound. Okay. I just haven't seen someone with a con of 20 before. So yeah, your major wound it's correct. That's crazy high. But that's okay. That's all right. I'll still be able to kill you. Not that I'm trying.
7, 8.
I just have to be aware. Yeah, it's equal to your con. Oh, okay. So let me know when you get all those 28 points spent. 20 skill, 4 traits and passions, and 4 stats. Are you both good?
Working
blue,
on
yep.
the passions part. What was the passion we're adding first?
Honor. And it's
Just flat honor, or is there a
it's
breadth
on.
for
It's
it?
called honor. 2d6 plus
And which-
8.
Ooh, okay. Increase by 4.
Well, traits and passions. So got to spread those 4 points out.
I'm not touching my traits. I'm pretty happy with them.
Okay. Okay. Passions can be raised to, I think, 20.
Oh, okay. And personality traits, can I go up to 20 with those, or is that too high?
No, traits is 19.
Okay. Oh, that works out perfectly because I did 3 and then 2 more. Perfect. Max that out. Okay, I believe I am done.
Okay, so you both meet nightly requirements. Is that true?
Yes, definitely now.
Okay. Okay, so
I'm not
we're
sure if I made it. 1 second. Let's see.
that's Garrick, right?
Yeah, I think I'm just missing brawling. So I need brawling and
And 2 other non-weapon nightly skills.
yeah. So I got one at courtesy, so just one other than courtesy.
Okay, I think you got awareness.
Oh, and I got horsemanship.
That's a combat skill.
It says it in the and 2 non-weapon nightly skills of choice: awareness, charge, courtesy, first aid, horsemanship, hunting, and recognize.
Okay, good.
And I'd have a high valorous value, so that's it. So really, just brawling is where I'm lacking.
Okay. So were there points you added somewhere that you can switch over to brawling?
Let's see. I gotta bring 5 over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only ones I added to was religion and
Well, you had 20 points to spend. You had to have added them.
yeah. Well, I had to get the other ones up to 10 as well, because I only had a 5 in a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just took a few out of horsemanship and charge.
If I was going to lie to someone, would that be more of a orate role or an intrigue role?
Probably deceitful. It could be, or it can be. Or
Skill?
deceitful is a personality trait.
Oh, okay.
Skills are not used in the way you think they might be used.
Gotcha. I'm thinking more D&D.
Yeah, most of the time I will ask you to roll a die. I'll say you'll say I want to tell the guy that he's chasing went to the left instead of the right. I would say, okay, before you can say that, you have to make a deceitful roll. And then you would roll. And if you failed your deceitful roll, I would make you roll your honest. And if you succeed in your honest, then you basically tell them the truth. And if you also fail the honest, then you can tell them whatever you want, basically. If you on the first roll, if you succeed on your deceitful, then there's no need to roll on honest. You just automatically made your deceitful roll.
Gotcha.
Yeah. A lot of times it's your personality traits take over, force you to do certain things maybe you don't want to do, but it's your personality. So okay, so we got these all your skill points. You meet the knightly requirements. So now we're gonna go to obtaining knighthood. Okay. Okay, famous traits and passions. Famous is 16, 17, 18, and 19. Okay, so just total up your how many famous traits and passions you have and multiply that by 15. And that goes on your traits and passions glory on the second page.
And we're only count. So if, for example, if I have a really low chase and really high lustfulness, would that be over? If that's over 15, that would still be a legend famous.
Yeah. You can have famous positive, you can have a famous negative. It doesn't matter, just as long as it's famous. And
what is the lowest for that? Is it
6? It's 16 to 19.
16 to 19. Gotcha.
And that's times 15 points each.
Okay. And this goes under
Traits and passions.
traits and passion glory. So
Glory, right. There you go. If you've got any 20s on traits or passions, you get 25 points per.
does my characteristic of 20 count?
No, traits and passions.
Okay.
So the 20 is 20 and the other ones are 15, right?
25. It's 25.
Plan.
If it's 20,
That's it, okay.
yeah, if it's
You
20,
add the
it's
one
okay.
Valorous for 25.
Okay.
And
You're
I got 1, 2, 3. 3 times 15. Okay.
You
perfect.
can only roll a 20. You can't bump it up to 20, right?
Not a trait. All right. So, what's the next one? Standard of living. You can put this also under estate glory if you want. You can put it up under ideals. You can put it wherever you want. You get 10 points. And you get 10 points because you're living an ordinary knightly life. You're not a peasant, you're not in squalor, but you're also not like a landed noble or anything. You're just an ordinary knight. You get 10 points of glory. Now, does anybody have an appeal of 16 to 18? Probably not, right?
No, I stopped. I actually got 15. Close, but not there yet.
Okay, so no glory for your appeal. Okay. Keep going. Okay, you get 1,000 glory for being knighted. Because once you become a knight, that's a big deal. You also get 50 for being granted a slot in Robert's household. Right? So there's 50 for that. And because Robert is the one that actually knighted you, you get 40 for that.
We're all just sticking this in ideals, right? For glory.
You can put it in any one of them, however you want to do it. However you want, whatever you is the best way for you to keep track of it. Okay, and then you're going to have your total glory is your own. It's your personal glory. Don't add your father's glory to that. So just put your total glory in there. In Pendragon, glory is your I'm trying to equate it to other. Think of it like experience points. As you adventure or go on quests or interact with other nobles, you're always trying to get glory. The more glory, the more fame and renown you have. If you get enough glory, you might actually get, granted a marriage, or you might be given land, or a gift of a sword, or something like that. Okay? So you're always looking for glory. Glory, 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 glory. Okay, you got your 1,000. You got your 100th glory from Robert, which is 40. And you got your 50 for being a household knight. So now there's something, there's a question for you. On your character sheet, you got to uncheck that energetic. I don't know what. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong character. I'm looking at Gwyneth. Yeah, you shouldn't have any checks on anything. But right now, you have there, before you're knighted, the night before you're knighted, you are put on a vigil, which means you go to the chapel and you stay awake all night and you pray to do a good job. You reflect on all the work you've done in the past, how you got here, what's important to you. Basically, you're spending the whole night awake staring at a statue or a cross. The question for you is, are you taking this seriously, or are you kind of just going through the motions because that's what it takes to become a knight? I know it's your first role-playing choice.
Low religion and high lazy, so I think he's not taking it seriously.
Okay.
Yeah, I got pretty high religion, so he probably is.
Okay, so if you're taking it seriously, put a check by spiritual. If you are not taking it seriously, put a check by worldly. Okay. You don't even have to make a die roll. It's just like automatic. Now you both need to make an energetic roll to see if you can stay up all night.
I'm gonna lose this.
You just click on the word.
Modifiers.
There should be no modifier. Just click on energetic. You both have a failure. Okay. So what that means is you now roll for lazy.
All right, so we have to get under the threshold. That's what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, you're trying to roll low. Yeah. Okay. So you're both successfully lazy. So you both go to sleep. You basically you're sitting there, you're trying to stay awake, but it's so boring. Nobody's talking. There's a bunch of people there getting knighted probably. So there's probably like 10 of you not that many. Okay, maybe 5 of you staring at the statue. Nobody's talking, and all of a sudden you hear somebody else snoring, and it kind of puts you out. You just pass out. Okay. So you're woken up.
That box?
No.
Okay.
You only normally throughout play, you only check a box if you crit. Or
Gotcha.
or if you fumble. So let's talk about that. If you roll a d20 and you roll higher than your threshold, it's a failure, right? But if you roll a 20, that's a fumble. So
Gotcha.
natural 20s are not good. Okay, so when you roll under, it's a success. But in this game, you're trying to roll as high as possible and still succeed, like The Price is Right. So if you roll
I was
the
gonna say
number,
blackjack rules, but yeah.
if you roll your threshold, it's a critical. So like if you need a 13 and you roll a 13, that is a critical. If you roll 1, that's just a success. It's actually the worst success. It means you weren't really that good. But it's still a success. Now, let's throw a wrench. Let's say, just hypothetically, you've got a threshold of 18, right? Let's say you're charging and you got a skill of 18, and you're on a horse, so that gives you a plus 5. So now you're at 23. And let's say you're using a lance, which is a longer weapon than your opponent. So you get another plus 5. So you're at 28 to hit this guy. And you roll a die. When do you crit? You crit with a plus 8. So a 12 or higher is a critical.
Okay, so over 20 extends the range in which you can crit. Gotcha.
Correct. That's exactly right. And if you crit or fumble, you get a check because you do learn things from failure. Okay. Okay. So in the morning, you're woken up. Your Dame Aspara, she is one of the senior knights for Robert. She says it's time for the leap, and you guys, having witnessed other people's knightings, you know what this tradition is. It's lighthearted. It's not serious. Basically, you run outside and you try to jump in one jump into the saddle. Most people fail this, but you're going to try. So you roll your dex. You just click on dex and let's see what happens. Okay, we got a success. Okay, so Laz, or Garrick, you succeed in making the saddle, where Roland jumps on the back of this horse. He slams up against the butt and slides down. Now, there's no fumble, so nobody gets any injuries or anything. But because you made the leap, you get 25 glory.
Nice.
So that just goes straight into... Now, you can track your current or total glory on the front of your character sheet. You don't have to constantly change back and forth. There is a place where your hit points are located, where you can track your current glory. If you want to do it there, you can. There's 3 places for glory, because this game has 3 different ways to track glory. But I'm going to tell you, I've thrown all that out. All I care about is your total glory, right? I only care about a 1 glory score. I don't care about the glory that you got in every game session we played. I don't care about the glory for old history, or if you want to track it, that's perfectly fine. Like on your history, you can say the leap, you got 25 glory. That's fine. You can track it that way, however you want. But all I really care about is the total glory value. As the game master, that's all I care about. Okay, so you got your knight. You're actually given a squire, right? We already talked about that. You're given 4 horses. You're given a war horse. You're given 2 riding horses. The riding horses are for you and your squire, and you're given a pack horse. And on the bottom of your character sheet, you can track your horses. And each of them have stats. Okay. So you've got a charger, which is the war horse. You got a roundsea, which you got 2 roundseas. Those are riding horses. Those are just for riding around doing, menial chores. Your squire rides along with you. You don't normally ride your war horse from town to town. If you were to ride, you ride your riding horse. The war horse you bring along in case there's going to be a battle, or in case there's going to, you're not constantly always riding your war horse. You're trying to keep him fresh. And then the sumpter, that is the pack horse that carries all your gear, which you have a lot of gear. Right there, your nightly gear. You're given all of this. So just so you know, you have a chainmail hauberk that covers your entire body, basically from knees to elbow. And you also have an akaton, which is like a padded coat that you wear underneath so that the chain doesn't affect you. And you have got a conical helm that's just your head, but it also has a nasal point. So that gives you a total of 10 points of armor. Because I think the akaton is 2 points, I think the nasal helm is 2 points, and the mail is 6 points, I think. And then the kite shield is a separate 6 points of armor. So when you fight, some blows you'll get to use your shield, and some blows you will not. And we'll get into that when you get into a fight. In addition, you get like a wooden chest, a bunch of clothing, travel gear, all that good stuff. Your horse and all various things. If you want, you can just copy and paste all this into one of your equipment boxes. You don't have to separate it out unless you just want to.
I'm putting a separate one for my shield, but other than that, they're all together.
Yeah, for sure. And you'll have time over the course of the game to take time out to separate it out however you want. Okay. When you are knighted, your family is there. Father, children, aunts and uncles, whoever. Once we go through the background book, we'll determine who is alive at that time. But right now, you inherit something from the family. What that item is a D20. Everybody rolled me a D20. And I'll tell you what you inherited. A 7 and a 10. Okay. I'm going to copy this into chat for Laz. And you can jot that down. But you basically received a spearhead, which can be made into a spear, that's no problem, with silver inset depicting a boar. The 1 librum there is the value of the spearhead. So a librum, if you want to think of it like this, is a gold piece. It is about 3 months of salary, because you will earn 4 librums a year, approximately. And you get 1d6 extra damage if you use that spear against a boar. That's pretty cool. Okay, 10. Okay. You are given a magnificent sword. Were you the one with the
I
Saxon
was with the rune
engraved?
sword. Yeah.
Okay, so he probably grants you the rune sword. It is also worth 5 librum. And it does +1 damage. That's pretty awesome. So you got this really nice sword. Now, the +1 damage is not magic, okay? It's not like, as far as you know, it just keeps a nice edge, you know.
Yeah, I only sharpen about once a month instead of once a week.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't sharpen it anyway. You have a squire for that. Well, you now have a
Don't
squire.
refer to the squire.
You
All
now
of his acolytes are my acolytes.
you
Or
now
accolades.
you now have a squire. Before you were the squire, but now you're a knight. Okay, so you got your sword, you got the spearhead. Okay, perfect. Those are your gifts. We are done, I do believe, with the Pendragon book for now. Yeah. So armor points, you would see that under your characteristics. So you could put 10 plus 6 if you want. That's how I treat it, because it's 10 for the armor and 6 for the shield. But you don't always get the shield. And then where it says current hit points, you want to make that equal to your hit points. Okay.
So where do we put our armor? I was
Bottom
then.
in the middle right under characteristics.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about these numbers a second. Hit points. You know what hit points are. You know, you've played RPGs. If you get to 0 hit points, you are not dead. You are dying. You've played other games that are like that, right? Okay, but guess what? It doesn't. It's not a timed event. You know, like D&D. You know, you get like 10 rounds or something like that before you die. You bleed, and you bleed out at -10 or something. I'm trying to remember. I haven't played D&D in a while, but it's not like that. If you get down to 0 hit points, you die at midnight.
Okay.
So if it's 1 minute to midnight, you better get some healing in 1 minute.
We're fighting in the morning. Gotcha.
Right. Now, if you get knocked out at 6 a.m., you got all day. Because midnight doesn't happen till a long time. Yeah, it's always midnight. I don't know why. It's the witching hour. It's whatever it is. If you receive a hit that does your major wound value in 1 hit, you are immediately knocked out, and you've taken some kind of severe injury, like a severed hand, a broken arm, your leg, your knee is snapped. You know, something, a major wound, but it has to happen in 1 hit. And it's not going to happen usually, because that number is determined after armor. So if I hit you and I do 20 points of damage, you still get to apply your 10 points of armor. So you only took 10 points of damage. Okay, knockdown. If I do that value before armor, then you have to make a dex check or be knocked to the ground. Okay, whether it gets through your armor or not. So let's say you are successful with your shield, you get 16 points of damage reduction, but I do 10 points of damage and you got a 9 knockdown, you still have to make a dex roll, even though you took 0 damage. unconscious. When your total hit points reach your unconscious value, you pass out. Okay, so you don't pass out at 1 hit point or 2 hit points. You pass out at whatever your unconscious is, 7, 9, 10, whatever it is. Okay, your healing rate. Okay, well, back up. Movement. Movement is how many yards you can move after your action. So whatever your action is, then you move. Okay, so if you want, you don't have to. If you're engaged in a fight with a guy, you're probably going to stay there and fight. The healing rate is how many points of damage you can heal every week of rest. So let's say you've got 30 hit points and you've been knocked down to, I don't know, half of that. Let's say you're at 15 is what you got left. It's going to take you multiple weeks, 4 weeks, a month to get 16 hit points back if you got a healing rate of 4.
What determines healing rate?
Constitution.
Okay.
It's usually your constitution.
Damn, only a 4 with a 20. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's a while to heal.
Yeah, it takes a long time to heal. I think size might also affect that. I think it might be con and size. It's a formula, but it's mostly con. If you scroll down even further below your skills, you'll have something called attacks. Okay, under attacks, you've got your brawling. So if you decide to get into a brawl with a knight at a feast hall and you punch him, you're going to get 4 points of damage. Right? That's brawling. Boom. You grab a chair and you hit him over the back of the head. Now we're talking about character damage. When you have a weapon, you go to character damage, and that's 4d6 or 3d6 or whatever it is. If you crit, a crit is always 4 more d6. So, hypothetically, if you hit somebody with a 4d6 attack and you have a crit, you're going to do 8d6. So what's the average of that? That is 14 plus 14, so 28 points of damage is your average. Let's say he's got 10 points of armor. He's going to take about 18 points of damage in one attack. So you're probably going to critically injure him if you do critical. Which...
Do you know if Roll20 auto adds in the crit dice, or if we have to roll additional?
I think it does not auto add. I think it... Now, I'm glad you asked that. If you see there's an add button under brawling open hand,
yeah.
those are attacks, those 2 skill attacks. But if you could add sword, let's say, and then you would pick the skill that would apply to it, and then you would put your 4d6 damage in there, and then you would have a new button to roll whenever you use your sword. I don't think it'll add the critical damage. I'll try to remind you, but sometimes one of the other players will remind you, and they say, "Hey, you criticaled, so be sure to, use that,"
Just
or
think
whatever.
about that. Gotcha.
Yeah. When you use that button, you're going to get 2 pop-ups. The one is going to be for the attack itself, and then the second one is going to be for damage. They're almost always +0. Yeah, well, that was a horrible roll. Oh, you got 0 on damage. Oh, wait, who's this? What's going on? Brawling.
Yeah,
okay,
no,
okay.
I was rolling a brawling, so it's default.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was
Okay, so that's
just
that.
clicking it so I could see the rolls when you hover over it. I want to see what comes out.
When you're on a horse, you would add a d6 to a charge or you would use the horse's damage when charging. And your warhorse is 6d6. So that's a pretty good attack when you charge with on your horse. There are some weapons that add and subtract to your character damage, like a dagger or a greatsword, something like that. But normally, you're just rolling your character damage. Just as an anecdote, in the attack table, the way it works is I roll, like you've got an opponent, you and your opponent. I roll sword, you roll sword. If I fail and you succeed, you'll do damage to me. If I succeed and you fail, I do damage to you. If we both succeed, we both do damage. If we both fail, then obviously you both fail. Nobody takes damage. But if one or the other crits and the other one does not, if you're using a non-sword, it breaks. So swords are very popular in the fact that they don't break as often as every other weapon. Just FYI. If you both crit, you both take damage. Oh, okay, yeah. One more thing. If I succeed and you fail, you don't get to use your shield. You only use your armor. You have to succeed to apply your shield. Because think of it like a sword fighting skill, not just striking with the sword. It's fighting while carrying a sword. So it's blocking, dodging, attacking. It's all that. Okay, so let's put that away and let's pull up your character backgrounds. Well, you probably will need them because you might need numbers, but we're going to be working out of a character background sheet for right now. And on the character background sheet, I know on my computer it comes up kind of condensed. So what I do is I expand it to the left to get everything to line up properly. That's just me. You got your name, you got your sex, age, your nationality and all that, your race. You don't really need to fill all that in if you don't want. It's not necessary. But culture is necessary. And if you look to the right of that, you're going to see all these things that say mod. You're going to have like what's called a culture mod, a social mod, a title mod, legitimacy mod, and then below that you're going to see a birth mod. So on some of these die rolls, I ask for like a d20 plus social mod. Then you roll and add your social mod, you give me the number, and I tell you what the result is. So a lot of times we need to work out what those mods are and stuff like that. So let's start at time of birth. I know, it's crazy, right? Where it says 105, time of birth. What they're saying is what month. So just roll a d12 and you know what month that is because it's the same as today. 1 is January, 12 is December.
Oh, Chris's baby.
All right, February. The lover's month. Okay, whatever. Okay, so that is birth month. Okay, we're going to go back to where it says social status. Guess what your social status is?
Knight.
Yeah, but on the sheet you would say noble.
Nope.
Yep. Yep, nobility. So your social level, your social mod is +5. Your culture is civilized. Your culture mod is 4. Okay, culture, social.
What is native next to culture?
It it depends if you're from a town or from the wilderness. So you can decide if you want. Are does your family, like where you were raised? Were you raised on a farm out in rural, or were you more of an urban? That's a choice. You can make that choice. Um, Currently, as Knights of Robert in Sarum, it would be considered urban because it's a town and a castle in the middle of a town. But there are knights out in the county that have farms all around them, right? And so you would consider that to be urban, rural. It's up to you how you want to describe it. That's fine. So far, so good on both of you.
Yep.
Okay. So now
we're just I'm just writing this down for now I'm putting it in the bios and info section for now. Is that right? Or
we got a blank back. You got a background sheet to put all this info in. Did you know that?
say that again. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You have a background sheet.
Maybe he has.
Maybe he doesn't.
Nope.
He does not have a background sheet. Hang on, let me get this fixed. I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, I was a little confused for a second.
Now you do.
Gotcha. Okay.
Open that up and then lengthen it out, and you'll get. Yeah, just take that information you wrote down and just put it in there. You have to.
Gotcha.
You have to edit to get into it though. Okay. So now we're going to go with birth legitimacy. See where it says legit mod or, birth legitimacy. Roll a d20 and add your culture mod.
Plus.
You both should have a.
That's something. It's gonna be really good or really bad.
Should have a 4 for culture. Yeah.
Oops, I rolled a d12. Sorry.
Oops.
That's 8.
Okay. The 24 is illegitimate.
Yeah, I got his sword. Wow. You must have really liked that lady.
Okay. So you will have a legitimacy mod. 4 plus 4 is 8. You are considered legit. You are legitimate. So a legitimate. Okay. Ooh, sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay.
Pleasure.
If you're legitimate, your legitimate mod is 0. If you're illegitimate, your legitimate mod is a die 4. Roll a d4 to see how illegitimate you are.
2.
2. Okay, so you have a legitimate mod of 2.
Is that +2 or -2?
It's a 2, which
Okay,
is
2.
plus. It's a +2, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's 2. Reasons for illegitimate. That's a d20 plus culture mod.
Sure is.
So just call, once you get it figured out, holler out the number. It makes it easier for me because I'm looking at a book.
D20 plus 4.
I find it way easier to use the die roller, but that's okay.
I'm just typing it out.
Yeah. It works. Either way.
Yep. I got a 22.
Okay. Your mother was unmarried.
Where would I put this? Notes about parents, I guess?
Yeah, that's
Mother
exactly
unwed.
where I would put it.
Mother unwed.
You're not a bastard, right? Because you know who your father is.
Yep.
Maybe
He must
she.
have really had some complications to give me his family sword, yet not marry my mother.
Well, maybe it was, he took you in. Maybe she was a servant. Who knows, right? Maybe your father was a little promiscuous. You got to work that into your backstory.
Oh yeah, I'll find a way for it.
There you go. All right. So with the legitimate, you don't have to worry about any of that. You got that figured out right away. Okay. So then we go to, let me close this. Burp. And let's close this. Burp. Okay. The next thing is going to be your family. It's where it says family head and siblings and birth order and all that. That's what we're going to work on right now. Your family is a D20 plus culture. When I say plus culture, I'm talking about the modifier. So give me a D20 plus culture mod. Tell me what the number is.
Most of these using the culture mod for a while.
I can't say yes to that because it does vary.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine. Man, I'm getting some really high rolls. 23.
23? Okay. You do not know who your family is.
What?
Yep.
Is unknown.
Yep. So you can kind of imagine that you were adopted.
Okay, fair enough. This would be.
It says that you were left
family head.
just family, just anywhere in there.
Okay.
Family
Gotcha.
head. Yeah. Right in that area. Or notes about parents or however you want to do it. But it does say left to fend for self. Roll a d3.
Three. 1.
Okay, add 1 to hunting. That's a skill.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, and what's the other one?
I got a 15.
15. You lived with your aunt and uncle.
Yay.
So basically, that means while you were being raised, your parents must have died or passed away or something like that, and your aunt and uncle,
My dad was off in the world.
took you in. All right, so aunt and uncle, got it. No other roles there. Siblings. Okay, these are other kids in the household, not necessarily your blood relatives, right? But they are other kids in the house. So this is just a straight D20. You have 7 siblings. No, I'm kidding. You have D3 siblings. So roll a D3, and that's how many siblings. A 19 is
19.
2 D4 siblings. Wow. So you got 4 and 2, right? Okay. So,
Yep.
To determine their male-female status, you roll any die, and if it's even, they're male, and if it's odd, they're female. You roll a D100. You can roll not a D3, I guess, because that would be biased. An even die. There we go. So just keep track of like how many brothers you have, how many sisters you have. And now, where do you fall amongst these siblings? This would be your birth order. So roll a D20. Okay.
Pass.
You are the youngest. A 20 is the last, the youngest. And a 6 is second born.
Fucking robbed.
Can we choose for our siblings what order the rest of them are, or is there a dice roll for that?
You choose. What do you mean? What
So
order?
I have a boy and a girl. I'm
Like-
thinking having the girl be the oldest, then the boy, then me.
Okay, that's fine.
Or is that like a roll?
No, it's not a roll. You can do that.
Okay.
That works good for me. Place of birth. Okay, that's on there. Okay, you've got the time of
Yep.
birth. That's the month, really. It should just say month of birth, but okay. Place of birth is a D20 plus legitimate mod. Now we're starting to get into something crazy. Well, only if you're illegitimate. So an
11.
11. Okay, you were born in a barn. And you have a birth mod. You have a birth mod of 1. And a 14.
Yep.
You were born in a cave. And you have a birth mod of 5. Well, at least neither of you were born in a sewer.
This is true.
Right.
There are always worse things.
But a cave, that's not
A lot
terrible.
more common than
Yeah.
like in medieval times, a lot more common.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not unusual. It is unusual, but it's not rare. Okay.
Unheard of.
It's not unheard of. Okay. neither one of you got an exotic location like born in a sewer. Right. Okay, unusual birth. Is that on there? Oh, it is. 106. This is a D100 plus birth modifier.
Wow, that was pretty low. And 11.
Okay. 0 to 60 is nothing unusual.
That's for both of us then.
That's right. So basically, there wasn't a full moon, or all the chickens in the village died, or something like that. Nothing like that happened. Not that you know of. Okay. Okay, I'm skipping, and I'm going to the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. Okay, you'll see below where it says years.
Yep.
Right? Okay. What that refers to is your birth age. It should say age, but and you can do reverse math and actually figure out what year it is. But what we're getting ready to figure out is at what age did this thing happen? So you each roll a D3 to see how many things happened to you.
Is this when we were born or during like childhood?
It's from birth all the way up to 18. But we're working on
3.
okay. So
I got 1.
Sir Roland got 1. So you're gonna roll a D12, and that's the year that it happened. And Laz, you're gonna roll 3D12 to determine what years those 3 things happened. Okay, so Roland, something happened to you when you were 4 years old. Where Laz, something happened at 2, 3, and when you were at 10 years old. Okay? Easy peasy? Right. So this initial section would only get you from 1 to 12. Okay? We got a whole nother section after that. Okay, we're going to start off with the 2 years old, because I'm going to go in birth order. So at 2 years old, Laz, you're going to roll a D20 and add your social mod. All these rolls are probably going to be D20 plus social mod. Okay, just so you know. All right, an 8. Okay. Your family, and on your background sheet, you just put like at 2 or 2 years, and then this is what happened to you. Your family has an attitude. Roll a d6 to see what that attitude is. And this is towards you. Like they like you, they hate you, they wanted to abandon you in the woods for the wolves, whatever. Okay, so you got a 4.
4.
Okay. You can write this down if you want. But they don't approve of the friends that you're making.
At 2, understandable.
Right, at 2. At 2. I mean, you're befriending.
It's kind of weird that you're collecting people at 2 years old.
Well, he's probably befriending the serving wench's daughter, and those are peasants. You're not supposed to be dealing with that, or something. You can work it in however you want. You could be befriending the local blacksmith's wife.
2 years
No,
old.
I'm kidding. 2 years old, or I guess at 2 years you would not be on the breast anymore. I don't, probably not. Okay. All right, next year is 3. At 3 years old, that's still Laz. And you can up or down these ages. You know, you can tweak it a little bit, you know, work it into a character background. This is not like concrete. Okay, you can tweak it. This is to kind of give you ideas on how to mold your background. So it's now a D20 plus social for age 3 for Laz. Oh, interesting. Whoa, we're off the chart. Okay, so that puts you at 22. Okay. You and your family are forced to move. Okay? So, a rival faction causes your family to move to a new locale, probably in another county, which maybe is Salisbury. Like you moved to Salisbury. Possibly.
Gotcha.
Or face reprisals, whatever that means. Okay. So yeah, your family was forced to move. Um, Maybe, you know, there was bandit raids. Everybody in the castle and surrounding area was killed and your family survived and they had to move or something. I'm just coming up with stuff off the top of my head. All right, so now let's jump to age 4. I guess that's Sir Roland. Go ahead and give me a D20 plus social.
20
Total is 20? Okay.
total.
You develop jaded tastes for exotic and possibly expensive pleasures. At 4. Like, you'll only take a certain type of milk, you know, you only like
Someone left
cow.
out their bag of cocaine.
Yeah, you don't like goat milk, you'll only take cow milk, you know, whatever. Or yeah, or chocolate or whatever.
Yeah.
Laz stepped away, and right when we needed him to make his 4th roll for his age 10. Okay, we're going to give him a chance to come back in 1 minute before we go. This was childhood. Now we'll be going into adolescence here in just a second.
Okay. Quickly though.
Yep.
Just while he's gone for that second.
Yeah.
Develop jaded taste for exotic pleasures. That means I'm jaded to everything else, or I'm jaded because of the pleasures.
It says 4. So you like these exotic or expensive
Develop
pleasures.
taste. Great. Develop taste for exotic pleasures.
If you were putting this in a Star Wars terminology, which all of these events are listed in Star Wars terminology, they consider that a dark side trait. Just
Fair enough.
yeah. Most of them are
No,
neutral.
my character's actually coming together pretty well in my head already from all this stuff.
Good.
He's very much a tiny boy that was dropped off in the woods. His family basically picked him up, and he's now got kind of a chip on his shoulder.
Mm.
I'm really thinking of like a title that's some sort of word for like keep standing back up or something like that.
Oh yeah. Captain Marvel. No.
No, he's not. Like he's big and strong, but like he's very much a. Hold on, what's the sentiment like that?
I can do this all day. No.
Or, yeah, very much standing back up.
Perseverance. It's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Try to phrase that.
Yeah, that's too on the nose, right? You gotta be kind of.
I'll have to think
So-
about it a little bit, but I'm thinking something like that. rolling the blah
do
blah
this.
blah.
Do this. Choose Latin for perseverance.
Ooh, good idea.
Because a lot of the terminology at this time, the Romans just left about 100 years ago. So
Fair enough.
this is a very romantic period. Okay,
Follow
so
the tenacity.
all right, Laz, I see you're back. We're gonna roll for year 10, so it's D20 plus social. Eight. Oh, okay. Didn't you already get an 8? You did. I think you
I
did.
did.
But yeah, but now it's their attitude might have changed. Its family has the following attitude towards you. Roll a d6.
Keep making all these friends with people we don't like.
Okay. At 10, your family encourages your interests. So at 10, you would have been a page at that time. And so maybe they're encouraging you to become a knight or, to pursue that, because following your father's footsteps kind of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay, so now we're going into adolescence, which is also a D3 number of times. So you roll a D3 and you get a number of times.
Only getting one event.
And he's getting 3. Okay, so at this point, you roll a D6 and add 12 to get you the age. Yeah, so at 14, this happens. Yeah, there you go. And you got 13, 15, and 17.
Every 2 years.
Yeah, so let's do the 13. 13 first. It is D20 plus social mod. That's Laz. Oh,
24.
that's not good. That is called a tragedy.
Yes.
I have to go to another table. I'm going to table 500 something. Tragedies. D20 plus social mod.
Nothing like a tragic backstory.
Yeah, and it works at age 13. That's a bad number, right?
Yeah.
20.
Well, you have no social mod?
No, it was the second roll, and my first roll was a 20 plus 4. The second roll was a 16 plus 4.
Oh, okay, right. Okay. Yep, looks good. Your best friend dies.
Rough luck.
Yeah, your best friend.
Maybe the one they didn't approve of from when I was 2.
Maybe the one they didn't approve of mysteriously dies. Death situation. Is that what I'm supposed to be rolling on? Yep, there it is. Just a straight D20. Ten. Your father kills him. No, I'm kidding. This is I've never had this result before. The victim, your friend, was driven insane by someone's actions, then died of disease and maltreatment while in a madhouse.
That's pretty specific. All right.
Your parents warned you not to hang out with that kid.
That's true. They didn't approve of that crazy boy down the street. He was
Crazy pagan. That's why they turned me to Jesus.
It might have been a pagan. Who knows? Or might have been a zealot too. You know, it could be anything.
Just a wizard, but they didn't believe him.
Yeah. So what age was that? 13? I think there's a 14 in there somewhere, right? Yeah, that's rolling.
Mine was 14.
Yeah. Give me a D20 plus social.
11.
Okay, that's reasonable. It just means a special age-specific event occurs. Okay, age-specific. Give me a second. Let me get to the... Roll a straight D20.
13. Good number.
13. And you are what, 14 years old?
14 years old.
You have a romantic encounter. Ah, love. I already mentioned this earlier, didn't I? It's like, what do you call it? Foreshadowing.
14's basically an adult in medieval times.
It's when you were squired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I was squired. Get me away from her.
All love. Roll a d20 on all love.
20. Flat D20 or is there any
Yeah,
modifiers?
just straight.
12.
Okay. Your beloved's culture is different than your own.
Oh no, it's a Saxon.
Could be worse than that. Go to table 102. I'm going backwards. Okay, hang on.
All of a sudden, it all makes sense. The reason why I hate the Saxons so much.
Roll a d10.
10. Got a 5.
It's worse than Saxon. These guys are barbarians. So probably a Pict.
Okay. I know pigs.
Yep. What did it say? It just said culture is different. Okay, it just says it's different. So you meet a Pict girl and she's like hot and you fell in love with her. This does not happen before the age of 13. Ah, okay, hold on. Roll a d20. Nope, if it happens during adolescence, hold on. Roll a d4.
Oh, okay. D4 instead.
Yeah.
3.
It lasted for 3 years. If you rolled a 4, it would still be ongoing. But it ended because of who knows why. Which is only about a year ago.
Yep.
Right? So 1 year ago, you stopped.
At 17, yeah.
You stopped seeing her, yeah.
I had to choose become a knight or keep flirting with the barbarian girl.
That's probably something like that, yeah. Okay. So that was 14. We got a 15 for... let me get to... There we are. Okay, significant events. Almost. I'm almost there. D20 plus social. For age... You had a 15, right? A 15 and a 17. Yeah.
Correct, yep.
+20 social. There we go. 20. Ooh, what is that?
24.
Tragedy. Another tragedy. Your life is hard. Or Benhard. Not like Roland. Am I right? No, I'm just saying.
Hey, I had my hard times when I was really young, but I got over them.
D20 plus social.
I would kill for some more events, but I keep rolling ones.
7.
You were orphaned.
Oof. Well, shit.
Yeah, and that's
That's
why I
Says-
went to
rough
my
one.
aunt and uncle, apparently.
Yeah,
There you
apparently.
that could be it. Yep. See, it work. It comes out. It comes around full circle. But it says 546 is Y. Okay, if I can learn how to turn pages. There we go. What? Death of a parent. Okay. We'll roll it, but I probably will not apply any of this. Give me a D8 and we'll see what it is. Okay.
8.
Roll a D4. Okay. Okay. So your parents died when you were what? 15? Is that right? So
Yep.
they died when you were 15. You were still a squire. Countess Ellen, which is the de facto countess of Sir Robert's land, because at that time he was not the count yet. His mother was the countess. She says to you that your father was a good man or whatever, and he had his land and his territory, but because you're still a squire and you haven't accomplished anything, that she's going to give the land to a headman, basically a lesser noble. They're going to give the land to this lesser noble, but only temporarily. Like they're only going to be the steward of it until such time as you are deemed worthy, at what point you will be granted ownership of that land. You got that? So basically what she's saying is you have to prove yourself first. You have to become a knight. You can't do it as a squire. You have to become a knight, which you just now did, and then prove yourself. Now, other events is a D20. This happens during the death of your guardians. Another 3. Okay. It says roll 2d20. Okay, I'm looking at 12 and 13 is what I'm looking at. Okay. Okay. I'm going to work this into your backstory. When you're on vigil, right, and you're getting ready to be knighted, remember you were dozing off? Well, while you were dozing off, your parents' ghost appears to you and demands justice. You don't really know why or what the justice is or what's going on with that, but
Sure.
and you don't even know if it's a hallucination You know, it could be that.
Mm. All right. That's
Okay. Um, when you were given your gift, which you were given a spearhead, right?
yes, I was.
Okay. In that spearhead, you know, when you're considering having it made into an actual spear, inside the hole where the wood would go into the spearhead, there's actually a note in there.
Hmm.
Guess what? You can't read it. All right.
Of course not.
So just, you have a mysterious note in that spearhead, and you were met by a ghost that demands justice. Um, okay. And then the last one is when you're 17. Is that right?
All right. It
Yeah.
is.
So that happened like 3 years ago.
Like last year, right? Yeah. Oh, we were
Well,
21. That's right.
well,
That was the.
they died 3 years ago, but the ghost
Gotcha.
and the
Okay.
spear happened during your
Okay.
knighting. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
20
what was
plus
it?
social. Yeah, 20 plus social.
Yeah, 20 plus 4.
A
6.
6. Um, this doesn't fit with your character, but you can think that. Well, roll a d10 and I'll see if I can figure out a way to get this to work. Give me a d10. 7.
7.
Okay. I can maybe see this. Yeah, I can see this. Okay. Um, 534. Okay. So you're 17 years old. You're a year out. You're a squire. You're on the cusp of becoming a knight. Um, you might have been sent into town or something by your knight to have a sword made, or have some arrows picked up, or who knows why. But you were separated from your knight for whatever reason. And this is something that you should know as knights. Knights don't normally spend money. Normally they have their squires do that. Right? It's like, I don't that's
Oh,
beneath
nice.
me. Go do that, right? And so you don't really concern yourself. You do, because you understand the value of money. Specifically, while you're a squire, you learned this. But then once you become a knight, you have other people do that for you. So at this time of your life, you would have been that person that had to deal with it, right? So roll a d10. No, wait, that's not right. Hold on. It says go to this chart, but that's the wrong chart. Hold on. Oh, okay. I went to the wrong chart. All right, there we go. D6. D6. A 4. Heavily involved in one or more of the following activities. Roll a d10. This will tell me what kind of person this was. An 8? Okay. All right. So when you were in town, like I said, you went into town to buy something. You were mugged by and not just mugged. You were captured and then rescued. But this it was a whole like event where this independent criminal captured you and thought that he would be able to ransom you or whatever. And instead of paying any ransom, they came in and assaulted his little uh, hideaway and rescued you.
Nice. At least they got me back.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not joining the life of crime. This was actually you were kidnapped. Okay, so that was 17, right? So that was everything.
Yeah, actually, too, I'm gonna actually have to take off here in a minute. I wasn't sure how long tonight was gonna be, so I didn't budget too much longer
Yeah,
into here. I apologize.
yeah. Well, actually, we just finished with the character
Oh, nice.
with the character backstory. The only thing left is your heraldry, which we can hold off on that. You don't have to. We don't have to generate that right away if you don't want to worry about it.
I could even just I could even roll it when we're offline, like when I'm I can do it during the day when I'm at work tomorrow.
Okay.
Just so at least the rolls are up there before game time.
Right. And then you got your horses, you got your squire, you got your equipment.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll just and I'll get everything typed in there. All this way it's supposed to be too, and I'll probably take this background sheet and transpose it into the actual background of my character sheet, just so I have it all in one.
yeah, that's like your bio. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I want to give you a
Yeah.
little heads up of where you're at in the campaign before we actually get started,
Sure.
just so you both know. Um,
Okay.
okay, so if you remember, Arthur drew the sword, and Lot vowed not to swear loyalty to him. Months later, Arthur gathers his nobles and he moves his seat of power from Londinium to a place called Carlion. Carlion, or here, let me pull a map out for you guys to that should be no, that might not be everybody. Hold on. That puts everybody on the map. Okay. Yeah, Londinium over on the
Music.
yeah, you can lower that or whatever. Carlion is to the far left. Carlion over in Escavalon. So there's this big procession from Londinium all the way over to Carlion, which is basically an old abandoned Roman fort. So this is where he's going to establish his seat of power. And you travel along with Sir Robert and a bunch of other knights under Sir Robert. And then only a couple of days after you guys show up, I think it's a little bit after Easter or something like that, I think. I'm trying to remember the dates. There is a siege of Carlion by King Lot and a number of other factions. There are Picts, there are Gorians, Lothians. These are guys from north of the wall. When I say the wall, I'm talking about the Hadrian's Wall. And so that's like way north. They traveled south, and there was a huge army. It's about 3 times what Arthur has. But Arthur, knowing he didn't come prepared for a siege, had to sally forth. And you, as new knights, sallied forth with him. But you sallied forth with Robert, and Robert is actually with a guy called King Leodegrace. King Leodegrace is kind of an elderly gentleman, but he's still in fighting age, and there's about 15 of you or so in each conroy. A conroy is kind of like just a squad or unit or whatever. And so there was a number of fights in the day, could be up to 8 hours. In Pendragon, battles are performed in 1 hour increments. So you do an hour of battling, and then you determine what what happens in the next hour. Then you roll and you do some battling in that hour, and then it goes on like that. So this battle actually was an 8-hour battle. So there would have been eight engagements or whatever, and you and a bunch of other knights engaged some Gors, some Picts, some Lothians, basically. Oh, and there was Irish Kerns, I think. There was a lot of different types of troops, but eventually you were knocked out, and when you woke up, you were a prisoner. You were a prisoner of King Lot and his peeps north of the wall. Which, if you know anything about being a knight in this time period, the killing is not recommended. What is recommended is capture and selling you back as a ransom. And but usually that only happens to nobles. You wouldn't ransom a peasant or anything like that, but you would capture knights and ransom them back for like years of salary or something like this. And a ransom was sent to Robert and Arthur, and it was eventually paid. So this was months later. It was paid, and by that time you had recovered from all of your injuries, because again, it takes a long time to recover from injuries, but you had recovered, and your captors provide you with all of your equipment that you would have had on you during the battle. So they would give you your horseback, they give you your weapons, your armor, and all that stuff, and say you're free to go. And then they escort you to the wall. There's a place called Cardul. I don't know if you can see this up here. There's a town called Cardul, which is just south of the wall, right on the wall border. And that's where they let you go. And they say, here you go. You're now free to, head south and rejoin your people, or they don't care what you do. You're free. And then they go back about their business. So you know that any of the major cities that you can go into, you would get free room and board. So you're going to get like a nobles welcome foreign nobles as guests, and then you would. But in the meantime, it takes you about 4 or 5 days to get from one major town to another major town. So in the meantime, like in the villages that you pass through, you don't get free room and board. You have to stay in an inn, a traveling inn or something like that. And it doesn't cost much. I think it's like 1 silver or something like that. And I can tell you, you both have in your possession at the start of this southerly jaunt, you have 240 silver on you. These are also called denarii or drams, basically 240D, and you would only spend like 1 a night or something like that for room and board. Maybe a couple more for your horse. I'm
Can you
kind of
write the money, or Or does that just keep track somewhere?
I keep it on the second page in the bottom left where it's got that little note box. That's where I put it. But you can put it under equipment if you want, or anywhere really. You just keep track of it. But I'm narrating a little bit, and I'm pushing you through like media res to get you to the starting point of where your characters enter the game. So you two know each other. You know, you fought together. You were squired, and or I should say knighted at the same time. So you kind of know each other, and you're friendly with each other. And you know other knights, Robert's knights, and not a whole lot of people, but you know some people, but there's nobody up here in the north that you would know, right? So you travel south, and you hear rumor that there is a place called the Long Meg, which is just off the road. It is a standing stones in a big circle. It has a mysterious legend about it. The Long Meg is, people believe that it was a coven of witches that were turned to stone by a wizard, right? And there are other people tell you that there are somewhere around 60 to 70 of these stones. There's a huge number of them, and nobody's been able to successfully count them. Plus, there are multiple circles because Meg was the mother, and then she had two daughters, which are two smaller circles in the vicinity. It sounds all very, not mysterious, but it sounds like a sight to see. So, because it's just off the road, you guys take this opportunity, because how often are you going to get to come up to Cumbria? Not very often. So you head off the road. If you look where it says Celeb Forest, just think of it around where it has that R for forest. Right about there. That was where the stones are. So you go check it out. And I'm gonna take the other players, and I'm going to back them up. So I'm gonna basically retcon their last few minutes of the game. So they'll be at the standing stones when you arrive. Okay, so you're gonna ride up in your horses. Your squires are not with you. You are on your own, and just trying to get home, right? But this is an opportunity to check this out. So you go to check it out. You see that there is a few other knights there, two other knights, and you immediately recognize them from Robert's household. Weird, right? Okay, so you ride up, and there they are. There's Sanson and Gwyneth. They've been in the household. They've been knights for about 2 years, and you guys are brand new knights. They might or might not know who you are. They probably do, because you guys fought at the Battle of Carlion together. But that's up to you guys to decide how you want to interact. And that's where we're going to start the game tomorrow, is you guys riding up and then breaking camp or setting up camp or something. And if you want to count the stones, you can, but there's more legend to that, and you can get from them. And I will catch you all tomorrow at 7. Sound good?
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Yep.
Looking forward to it.
Okay. I'm looking
thanks for your
forward to. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. All right. I'll catch you guys next tomorrow, and I'm gonna log out.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
For,
Go ahead.
UGM.
Yeah.
What's happening with heraldry and all that?
If you've got the time, we can roll it up.
I got the time.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for a bit longer.
Oh, okay. Now let's do that. Let's get that knocked out. There is an extensive. There's multiple tables on generating heraldry. Are you are you familiar with the rules of heraldry? The real rules of heraldry?
Some, not all, and it's been a long time.
Okay, okay, that's fine. But you understand that. Let me just put out the super basics, which you probably already know. Metals,
Sure.
metals, which are your silver and your gold, cannot be on top of silver and metal. Right? You can't put a gold next to a
Yeah.
gold, or you can't put gold next to a silver. And same thing with colors. You can't put a color on top of another color. Okay, so if you have a red, you can't put a blue on top of it. You have to put a metal. Furs and naturals violate those rules. Okay, so let me get out of this music. Bugging me. Okay, so get to the music. Let me hit pause on that. What is that? A theme? It is a theme. And pause. That was Excalibur. Okay. All right. This would be under the core rule book. It's under appendices, I think. Nope, not appendices. Maybe it's assets. I'm trying to remember. Heraldry. Here we go. Nope. That's pre-gen. Coat of arms generators. There we are. That's all art. I don't want art. I want the actual tables, sons of bitch. Coat of arms generator. There we go. It's in 2 places. Okay, so the first thing you're going to need is what's called, they call it the shield design. Okay, there you go. I showed it to you. It's a die roll, and it gives you your core design of the you want to swap my knight and squire's name.
Character name, that's all.
So you're going to be Cadmus, and the squire is Garrick. Okay, all right, Cadmus. All right. Well, he's kind of he's going to be like a rebel. No, that's fine. So roll a d20, and that's going to get you a let me get to assets. What'd you get? What'd you roll?
Look, I got 12.
Okay. Is that periphery ordinary? Peripheral ordinary. Okay. Roll a d6 on the peripherals roll of table 3B. 3-1. Wait a second. Am I reading this wrong? What am I reading? I got so many windows open.
Peripherals row of the subtable. The subtable is B31.
3-1. Okay, I'm on the charge type. Peripherals. There we go. So,
and so it says roll d6.
Roll a d6.
And then it's also plus charge on the ordinary.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know what that part means.
Once we get the peripheral, I'll be able to tell you that.
Okay, so roll d6.
Yeah.
5.
A 5 looks like chief. Okay, that works out really good. So what that is, the chief is the top part of your shield. So, so what you're going to have is you're going to have a field, which is the color of the shield. Then you're going to have a section along the top, which is called the chief. That's going to be an alternate color. And then we're gonna have to figure out what the charge is. A charge is like an animal or a design or a picture or something like that, and it's gonna go inside the chief.
Pick or a roll?
Everything's a roll. Okay, so let me find
I found
tinctures.
the cool character art, and so I'm like, please match.
I can always change the color of your art if you provide it to me. That's
It's
not.
fine. Yeah, I will. Worst case scenario, I'll go in and edit it, so it's fine. But
Okay,
I'll
so we're
make it
going
work.
for the field, which is the majority of the shield.
Okay.
Let me
What
show
am I
you
rolling?
this. Did it
Okay.
pop up? Tinctures.
Yes, it did.
Okay,
Yes.
the field tincture. You roll a d20 for that.
D20. Okay.
It's going to be gold.
Gold.
Or
Okay.
ore is the heralded term
Or
for gold.
yeah.
So the bottom portion of your shield, the majority of it, is going to be gold. And the top is the needs to be
Charge.
needs to be a
Or
metal.
chief.
It is cheap, but it needs to be a metal. So we're going to roll on metal, not color.
Okay.
Where it says metal charge.
Again.
It's
17.
oh no. Okay, back up. You rolled ore, right? Gold. So it
Yes.
needs to be a color, and you rolled purple. Okay. So the top bar along the top is
Wait, what? I rolled
a 17.
original one. The field tincture was gold,
Right.
and I
So
have vert green.
no, you rolled a 17.
Yes.
Did you not roll a 17?
I rolled a 17. Where'd you get purple?
That would
I
be
see
purple.
that as a 10.
Under tinctures?
Okay. I mean, I'm totally fine with purple, but like, I'm reading the chart as 17 as vert, gold, or.
Vert or
Oh,
purple?
I see. Never mind. Hold on. I'm third line, and I was not reading that part. We're good.
Okay, right. Yeah, it's purple. Okay. So I have, or at least I think I do, a general
Purple. Damn, that is
pick.
some royal colors. All right.
Yeah. Um, Chief. Let me see if I can find something that shows Chief. Okay, that doesn't. There we go. Let's show that to you. Okay, so you got some artwork there. If you look at and that's exactly what yours looks like. The third one on the top.
Yeah. Fair enough. That's pretty good.
Okay, so you've got purple and gold. Now you're going to get a creature or something, an ordinary, right? That that goes into that. So let me find that. Charges.
I think it's back on charge type. No.
There's another
Something
table.
different.
It's another table.
Yeah. Of course it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I've got closed. Okay. Charge type. Charge on the ordinary. Okay. Okay. So it's going to be you're going to roll, is it animate? Inanimate? It doesn't really say, does it? Okay, so you're going to roll a d6, but it can't be a 6.
Okay. D6,
Yeah.
not
D6
6.
can't be a 6. Watch it be a 6, yeah.
4.
Okay, a 4. So that is going to be, did I show you this? I don't know. It's inanimate.
Yes, it charges came up. Yeah.
Okay, so roll a d20 to see which one it is. Because we're looking at column 4.
17.
Okay, what is that? That is a
That is
pagan.
a pagan. Interesting.
Okay.
With an asterisk. What would be the asterisk for that?
Maybe I need to go to the book for that.
Also seems weird with me being Christian, but hey.
That's true. But, let's go. I'm on a PDF, so bear with me. Melee armor, shields. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Christian virtues? No. I'm looking for.
While you're looking for that, give
Yep.
me 30 seconds. Someone's knocking on my door. I'm gonna go see who that is.
No, go
I'll be
ahead. Go
right
ahead.
back.
I'm looking it up. Go ahead. Go. Combat, horses, wealth, coat of arms. Here we go. All right. Determine the charge. Roll a d6. Wait, unless otherwise specified, roll a d6. Okay. It appears as a group of D3 unless otherwise specified. It doesn't. Okay. Charge on the ordinary. In step 3, use columns 1 to 5, re-roll 6s. Okay. That's exactly what we just did. We just rolled the pagan. There's an asterisk, but I don't know. Oh, here it is. Pagan is a subtable. Got it. Okay, pagan as a subtable. That's what that asterisk is.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I found out what that asterisk is. The asterisk for a pagan means there's a pagan subtable.
Fun.
Yeah, I love it. Let's go to the pagan subtable. I had it up, but of course I closed it. Where is my... There we go. It's back to B31. Let me show it to you. It should pop up again. There we go. If you look at the left, you got pagan as the third one from the bottom. Roll a d6.
Okay. 6.
Okay, that would be a woman rider. Okay, so there's a woman on a horse. And normally there's a D3 of them. So you roll a D3.
3. 2.
Okay, so
2 women riding.
in the top, you're going to have 2 women riders. It is purple, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So because it's purple, it's going to be a metallic tincture for the rider. So metal charge. There we go. Roll a d20.
10.
10 is gold. Okay.
That's convenient. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
So you got gold on the bottom, purple on the top, and 2 women riders in gold at the top.
I could work with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not as hard as people think. It's actually pretty quick.
Yeah, I can make that work.
Um,
Where would you like me to put this once I finish it?
put what?
Do you want me to make art for this, or do you? Want
No,
me to
you
just
don't. You don't
write
need to
it
make.
all out?
You don't need to make art because I have an art generation tool that I use.
Gotcha. So I'm just describing it in my heraldry. Gotcha.
Correct. If you want to try to break it down into heraldic terms, you can, because there's definitely a lingo. But if you just want to write it down, you can. I'm pulling up the heraldic tool that I use. There we go. I got to get rid of this one. That's the last one I made. Okay, let's find the chief. I found it. Chief. Now the bottom is green. No,
Gold.
gold. Okay, the
Gold.
bottom is gold. The top is purple. All right, and then you have two ladies on horseback. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Animals? No. Humans? They might be considered human. I have a knight on a horseback. I don't
Maybe
have.
they're armored ladies.
Maybe they're armored ladies. I have a cowboy. No, you don't want a cowboy. I don't have that. That's actually premium. I'm not paying premium for this.
Yeah, no worries there.
Let's see if there's any other ideas that I can find. I found a castle on the back of an elephant. Oh, that's not gonna work. I'll put the knight on horseback. What are some of the other ones? Promos, symbols, human. Yeah, there's a centaur. There's a knight. I'm just gonna put two knights, and then you can say how horribly wrong it is.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Where are you gonna put it?
In the purple.
No, I mean the actual picture. You putting it?
Oh, I'll put it on Discord, and I'll put it on your token as well.
Okay.
Black is gonna stay the same. It's supposed to be gold, right? The whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta edit my character to not have red and instead have purple.
Oh, you have like a red top or something?
Yeah, I got character art for my guy. It's actually in the character sheet if you click on it.
Okay. I'll use that when I make the token.
If it matters, I already put a token in there, but I will change it to a
No,
more
that's
fitting color.
I can't change the horse. Oh wait, no, I can. Okay. There we go. Let's copy and paste because there's two of them, right? Okay. All right, let me save this, or I should say export it.
When in doubt, save first. Use that. We are going to replace the red. Replace it with a purple.
And your character's name is Caduceus? No, what is it? Cat.
Roland.
Oh, okay. Wait. You're Roland? Okay.
That was Laz was the one that switched his name.
Oh, okay. Okay. Is there two L's?
No, one.
Okay. I just want to make sure
too much
that.
Purple. Too much purple.
Okay, so we're gonna cut that and put it into my Pendragon folder. Okay, let me just close that. Where's my Discord? I didn't. Okay, I'm dragging and dropping it into Discord, just so you know.
Yep. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Those are definitely ladies behind those shields.
There you go.
Just download copy of that. Okay, looks good. Is there anything else to work on before game time? I will sit down and just write up my backstory and put it all on my character sheet. But other than that, is there anything you need or I need to roll still?
I can't think of anything. That doesn't mean there isn't. It's just I can't think of anything right now.
Fair enough.
I need a picture for your token. You said you already uploaded a token onto your character sheet?
I did, yes.
Okay, let me take a look at that.
Like if you drag out I can literally drag him out and it should do the token. In fact, see if it works.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm on Paint, so I'm not. There we go. Hey, you deleted it.
Nope, sorry.
That's all right. I can
let
go
you touch
into your I can go into your character sheet and get it, but you have an interesting character concept. I'm just looking at the art that you're using. He looks like he's a little run
I
down.
didn't get that many life events, but the general concept is it looks like I was an out of wedlock marriage. After born, I was left out in the wilderness. My main family has found me and basically adopted me. Though there's always a bit of that craving for the wilderness, and because I was the adopted youngest child, I had to fight for everything against the two legitimate kids. Probably the oldest went off before the father kind of quote unquote retired. And then when I came of age, he was like, okay, I'm kind of stepping down a bit, so I'll give you my sword because my other one's already out there somewhere. And so he's kind of got a little chip on his shoulder of just like, I'm not the bastard child, but the unwanted child or the whatever you want to call it, out of wedlock child.
Right.
So yeah,
you've
I
got
thought a really
some.
good one. He's going to be so Roland the dogged.
You got some pretty good stats too, by the way. You got your 4d6 for
God, that
damage.
20 is ridiculous.
And healing rate is 4. Hit points of 29 is pretty impressive. But other than that,
I fall down a lot because I have my size of 9, but I get back up every time.
well, the knockdown is based on your dex, but that's all right.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, when you reach the 9, you roll dex to stay on your feet. So,
Yeah.
but you will reach the 9 more than other people, and then you'll
Exactly.
be, you'll
That's
be
the point.
rolling
Like,
your dex.
I get a
Right.
chance to fall down a lot, but I always get back up.
Right. Equestrian notes, there aren't any. You can choose a motto if you want. Other than that,
Yeah, I'll come up with all the RP stuff in a bit.
Yeah,
I'll sit and think on that.
And your history and events, you can transfer all those childhood events to your history if you want. Other than that, you're pretty much where you need to be. You're good to go.
Perfect. Okay, well,
yeah,
thank you
I think
for
we're
your
good.
time, man.
I think we're good. And it's almost 11 anyway. All right. Well,
Indeed.
I'll see you tomorrow at 7. And we do normally play from 7 to 11. But sometimes I'll cut it off early if it's a good breaking spot. You know what I mean? Like if it's
So,
half an hour early. But
I'm
go ahead.
I'm totally fine with that. I'm actually in a weird time zone. I'm an exact 20 or 12-hour flip from you. I'm actually an English teacher. I live out in Asia right now. So I'm
Oh,
an
why?
American abroad right now. So
Wow.
for me, it's the morning. Like I'm having breakfast.
Okay,
This is perfect
okay.
for me because I work evenings right now. So like I wake up, I get on, I make breakfast, we start the game, we finish at 11 a.m. for me. Perfect.
Just in time for lunch.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I will catch you tomorrow night, tomorrow morning then, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. You have a
Indeed.
good one. I'm out.
Thanks for your time.
And what we got? We got some comments from Sean. He says, "Hey, let's get the adventure underway." And I said, we're D&D became too dark for most people. I'm I I um I can see that. Um I can see that opinion. Um that's not really what kept me away from or what made me want to burn my books. Uh what caused me to want to get away from D&D was this. Partially it was the storyline. um does this work? Am I There we go. um Partially it was the I don't know how to explain it, but let me just say a few things. um I thought the rules, the mechanics behind the game were very smooth and very easy to use. And as a game master, I uh, jumped on the fifth edition because I thought it was very easy for me to manage a game and to keep track of people's abilities and scores and all that. When it came to feats like in 3.5 or Pathfinder, it became unmanageable. There were so many different feats. Depending on the book you had all these crazy abilities. And these abilities didn't seem logical to me. Even in a fantasy world, they seemed a little bit too far fetched. But when it came to 5e, I thought these abilities were fairly reasonable. And I know some of them are far fetched, but I thought majority, I thought it was a pretty good rule set. And I got started playing and hanging out with people, and we had a good old time playing fifth edition. But then I started playing in some other people's games and my own games because I'd like to support a game company. If I'm playing a game, I want to buy their modules. I want to buy their Dungeon Master's Guide. I want to buy their monster manual. I'm not the guy that asks, can I go ahead and get a PDF? Can you steal from the company and give it to me because I want to avoid having to pay the company for their books? That's not me. I'm the guy that would buy, and I bought their campaign books, their modules, their monster books, and they even had something about the Underdark and the whatever that module is called, where it's like super deep dungeon, like 20 levels of a dungeon and stuff. I I bought that because of the nostalgia and the dragon module. That's what kind of got me started was the um, was the Dragon Queen or whatever, and I thought that was a really good storyline, right? But then the further and further I got into the modules, I noticed something, and it wasn't in your face. It was very subtle, and it was very uh, manipulative, and it became very. Um, I felt like I was being manipulated. I was being subverted, or I supported a company, even though I might have had uh, mental fortitude to be able to resist what they were saying. I know that there are kids out there that are playing BMD 5th edition or whatever it is now, 5.5 or 6th edition or whatever they're playing nowadays, that would buy in to what they were saying. And here it goes. As you know, I'm a very traditional person. Okay, I am very traditional. And when it comes to a medieval society like D&D, I understand it's fantasy, but it's fantasy set in a medieval world. You have knights, you have barbarians, you have sword, shield, bow, you got battle axes, plate armor, stuff like that. Um, and so my brain puts it into a historical uh, context. And in history, there are things that happen in D&D that would never happen in history. But I'm willing to let it go, and I understand that, again, it's a fantasy world, so I'm trying to uh I'm trying to let it go. But then and I was able to let it go because I played 5th edition for many, many years. But it was just, I was constantly being bombarded by, I'm going to get to it. I'm trying to mince my words. I, in every single book, in every book, almost in every town, there was a gay couple. I don't have anything against gay people. Do I believe that there would be gay couples in the Middle Ages? Possibly. But would they be open about it? Would the society in general around them be accepting? Oh, no, it'd be horrible. They'd be burned at the stake, or whatever. But, and that's where the disconnect comes from. It's like, it's a fantasy world, but they're pushing gay ideology. It would have been fine if one town had one gay couple. And it's not that there is a gay couple in every town. It's the fact that this gay couple is written into the adventure, where it becomes 100% of every adventure you go on, you will interact with a gay couple. To me, that is pushing a gay mentality or a gay ideology, which I'm okay with gays, homosexuals, or whatever in games. I've even played with them, but that doesn't mean that it should be shoved down my throat, right? Okay. If it's every now and then, I'm thinking, okay, that's really cool. But it's not every now and then. It's every single adventure. So if I am, let's use, I want to say Whiterun, but that's Skyrim. It was like Winterhold. No, not Winterhold. What's the other town? The other big town on the East Coast, Sword Coast. Neverwinter, right? Or no, not Neverwinter. The other one. Is it Neverwinter? No, Neverwinter was the one further north. It's the one below that. It's like the biggest city, right? You get it in, and just down the street there's a gay couple. And okay, that's fine. We'll work past that. Then I go to another town, I go to another town and I start a wizard's guild or something, and just right down the road there's a gay couple, or there's gay wizards, or there's gay this, gay that. It makes me believe that the authors of these stories are personally gay, and they're trying to push their beliefs as correct or dominant. Not correct, dominant. And they shouldn't be dominant. They should be like in the 80s when I played D&D. You would never, ever, ever hear of anybody being gay, right? It was, and it wasn't even because hell, I was what, a 18-year-old kid? That's not something that, or even younger when I started playing, I wouldn't even consider that. That wouldn't even be a topic. I wouldn't even care, right? There was no need to make that a defining feature of an NPC. The there might have been a dude and he might have been gay, but it wouldn't have been written in his bio, that he likes to suck dick or whatever. It would have been blank, right? And I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll get past that. That's just one topic. That's just one thing that bothered me. But I identified me as probably the problem. I was saying, okay, maybe that's my personal hang up. Maybe that's me imposing my desires, just like the author is pushing their desires. So maybe I don't worry about that. But that's only the first thing. Then I started to notice that being an evil character, meaning someone that hurts other people, was romanticized as being cool, as being edgy, or being a positive for role playing. Like, oh, you got to have an evil character in your party, this, or you got to do evil acts, like I'll kill him because there's no reason not to, right? And I started to see that in every single adventure they were pushing being a bad person is okay. And I'm like, it's not okay. Being a bad person is not okay. It should never be encouraged. There's a distinct line of the heroes and the villains. When that line disappears, I have a problem with that, and that's me. So again, I was saying, okay, maybe you have a party of evil players and they all work together to accomplish some vile task. That maybe could be fun, but just not fun for me, And I was like, I don't really like that, but that's okay. And if they have one adventure like that, okay. But when every adventure was like that. I was like, okay, something's not right. And it wasn't that the first one was like that. It was like it progressively got worse and worse and worse the more you played, or the more the adventures came along. And that's what Sean was talking about. It became too dark. This next step, this next thing was really what tipped me over the edge. The romanticizing, not of gender ideology, I can get past that. Not just playing an evil character, because even though I would never do that, and I don't see where people will get any kind of enjoyment from that, doesn't mean it's not a legit type of gameplay. But the next thing is when they started to romanticize demonic gameplay. When it's okay to befriend a demon. It's okay to work with the devil against other demons or whatever. It was basically, there's a number of adventures that revolved around going to hell and working with the demonic princes and stuff like that. Hell, when I played D&D in the old days, going to hell was a destination for destroying evil, not going there to befriend the evil characters to become selfish and get what you desire. It just once I put all of those together into one package, I said, okay, D&D's not really for me. Not the game. The game mechanics are great. It's the story, the world, the lore, the company is putting these. You know, the answer, the rebuttal that I get is, you don't have to use those modules. You can play D&D your own way. You can do it however you want. Well, guess what? The company that pushes this type of ideology is still pushing that type of ideology, even if I don't use their modules. If I'm buying their rule book, or if I have a player join my group and he goes out and buys a player's handbook, we are supporting that company's demented, corrupt, evil thoughts. And so I said, wow, the guys back in the 70s that said D&D was devil worshiper had got it right. Even though back then, I don't think it was. I don't think it had any ideas like that. But maybe that's just me being naive, you know? All right, guys. Well, that's the end of our Pendragon character creation. We made a couple of nights. They seem like they're gonna have a good old time tomorrow, and we are gonna be back at 7 p.m. Central Time tomorrow to play some Pendragon, and I'll look forward to it. All right, guys. You guys take care.